countries. We were joking and saying that, you know, Ambassador Milima has organized this event because we were in Kampala. But he was here and he was everywhere doing everything. I heard one of the panelists saying, Ambassador Milima was this man, you know. Thank you very much, Ambassador Milima, for all that you've done. Their support has been instrumental in bringing this memorial lecture to fruition since its inception in 2022. Asanteni Sana. As we gather in the heart of Dar es Salaam, we are reminded of the lasting impact of a leader who served Tanzania with distinction and left an indelible mark across East Africa and beyond. His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa was a visionary leader who worked tirelessly to advance peace, development, and unity in our region. It is fitting that we hold this memorial lecture in a city closely tied to his legacy. You must have seen me smiling because Professor Mugisha, our former Vice Chancellor, and his wife just walked in. And we were recollecting with Mama Anna Mkapa before I stood up of that time when His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa took Professor Mugisha to Dodoma University because he was also a chancellor there to see how things move. And Professor Mugisha really had a good time. Thank you very much, Professor Mugisha and your wife, for coming. His Excellency Mkapa's legacy as our second chancellor is one we deeply cherish. His leadership transformed, inspired transformative change, guided by his unwavering commitment to diplomacy, national development, and regional integration. He led by example, shaping an institution that fosters academic excellence, promotes innovation, and supports for this event. Some airport staff questioned some of our materials, you know, the memorabilia, we're bringing the merchandise for officials. This simple exchange demonstrates how His Excellency Mkapa's name remains synonymous with respect. Mkapa's name remains synonymous with respect, diplomacy, and goodwill. That is a legacy worth celebrating. Throughout his tenure at Cavendish University, Uganda, Chancellor Mkapa championed transformative change. I've mentioned that. He espoused the values of academic excellence, research, and a student-centered culture, which set a high standard for generations to come. Under his stewardship, the university became the most diverse in Uganda, with nearly 5,000 students from 47 nationalities. His leadership set the standard for what higher education in East Africa should aspire to be. Inclusive, innovative, and forward-thinking. Today, we proudly continue his legacy, having been voted the best private university in Uganda and awarded gold and platinum honors since 2019 for academic excellence. All that we really attribute to the leadership and guidance of our Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Our theme for today's memorial lecture, the role of diplomacy in institutional building, private sector development, and regional integration, is deeply intertwined with His Excellency Mkapa's life's work. He understood diplomacy as a tool of international relations and a vital force for national progress and prosperity. In 1999, during the signing of the treaty re-establishing the East African Community, he remarked, "This is not just a formality. This begins a journey to unite our people, our markets, and futures." He fervently advocated private sector development and recognized that a vibrant economy relies on strong partnerships between the public and private sectors. One of the most meaningful ways our university continues to bear and to honor His Excellency Mkapa's legacy is through scholarships in his name. I am proud to announce that we have committed to awarding scholarships to select Tanzanian students now nominated by the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation. These scholarships reflect His Excellency Mkapa's views, his passion for education, commitment to empowerment, and a vision for a united East Africa. They ensure that future generations can benefit from quality education, which he passionately believed in. Through this initiative, we aim to support young leaders who will carry forward his diplomacy, service, and leadership principles. Today, one of the panelists, Ms. Immaculate Mbawala, please stand up for recognition, is a Cavendish University alumna and a Benjamin Mkapa scholar. She now works, thank you. She now works at the Tanzanian High Commission in Kampala. Why Dar es Salaam? Why are we here? The decision to hold this lecture in Dar es Salaam this year was deliberate. With this rich history of diplomacy and leadership, this city is the perfect setting to celebrate the life of a great leader whose work as a diplomat and president transcended borders. It was here that His Excellency Mkapa honed his skills from his early days as a journalist to his roles in government and international diplomacy. Dar es Salaam symbolizes the unity, progress, and regional collaboration that His Excellency championed. As a university, we are committed to continuing His Excellency Mkapa's vision for regional integration. Higher education is vital in fostering cross-border collaboration, understanding, and innovation. Our university is proud to be a place where students from different countries and cultures come together to solve the challenges that face our region. We are committed to strengthening ties between academia, government, and the private sector to promote sustainable development and regional cooperation. Educating the next generation of leaders contributes to our region's long-term stability and growth. Today's memorial lecture is not only a tribute to the life and work of His Excellency Mkapa, but it is a call to each one of us to continue building on this legacy. As we reflect on these extraordinary contributions to diplomacy, institutional development, and regional integration, let us hope for the future guided by his example. I look forward to the rich discussions that will follow during the panel, the keynote speaker, and the guest of honor's interaction with us. Once again, welcome to the third Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. Let us honor his legacy and work toward a more united and prosperous East Africa. Allow me, as I end, to thank each and everyone who made this event possible. I've already thanked Ambassador Milima. Thank you very much for your great work. I would like to thank, yes, thank you very much. Ambassador Milima, thank you very much. I would like to thank our organizing committee. I would like to thank our partners, our sponsors, our esteemed guests for taking your time. And actually I was joking and saying, hey, Tanzania has really gone a step ahead of us in Uganda, because people keep time. In Uganda by now, we would be apologizing, we would be saying, please wait a minute, the guest of honor is about to arrive, please hold on, let us push the panel forward. I was amazed. Everyone, the guest of honor, they kept time. Mama Anna Mkapa, she kept time. Thank you very much, Tanzania. Your dedication ensures that we continue honoring a remarkable leader's memory. Thank you all so very much for being here today. Asanteni sana, and I wish you all a fruitful and enriching day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, VC. A round of applause as she's approaching her seat. Makofi tafadhali. She talked about timekeeping. We're also happy as organizers. You know, sometimes you can start the event, you sing the national anthems. Again, the guest of honor comes in. Again, do so. Thanks for thanks for keeping time. I would like also to recognize the presence of Ambassador Liberata Monamura. Thanks for joining us, and as well as Professor Mugisha, the former Vice Chancellor of University, Cavendish University. Oh, we're also blessed to be joined by another visitor, that is Ambassador Ombeni Sefue. You're most welcome. Wow, that's very nice. Without wasting much time, I would like also to okay, I'll also get a list from a new person that has joined us. Then the coordination team will also give me the title and the name. Next on agenda, we are going to have welcome remarks from representative from family of Benjamin Mkapa, and that is Mama Anna Mkapa. But this welcome remarks is going to be done by her son, Nicholas Mkapa. So Nicholas Mkapa, wherever you are, please. Asante sana, as Nicholas approaching the podium. Thanks, VC, for establishing cultural diplomacy here by speaking Swahili. And hope that next event, we are going to have your speech in Swahili. So I'm told here we have another visitor, that is Ambassador Ali Mchumo, the former minister in those times. Hope majority of us here were not born, but he's our former minister. Thank you so much for joining us. Karibu.
The Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Palamagamba Kabudi, the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Dr. Olive Sabiti, Vice Chancellor of the University of Cavendish, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners, government leaders, management and staff of Cavendish University, Uganda, keynote speaker and panelists, distinguished guests, family and friends of our beloved late President Benjamin William Mkapa, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Upon receiving the invitation and reading the attached schedule of events, it was observed that Mama Anna Mkapa was supposed to give the family remarks, but she has asked me to deliver it on her behalf. I started to think, what should I say, having in mind the theme of the meeting, and I quote, the role of diplomacy and institutional building, private sector development, and regional integration, reflections of the late Benjamin Mkapa leadership, unquote, and the audience at large. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, my late father was a diplomat par excellence. The evidence of this is his career activities, pre, during, and post-presidency. He served as the Tanzanian High Commissioner to Nigeria and Canada, as well as the ambassador to the United States of America. Also, he was a Tanzanian foreign minister under the presidency of Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere and Mzee Ali Hassan Mwinyi, prior to serving as the president of the United Republic of Tanzania from 1995 to 2005. After his retirement, He was involved in various international mediations, including the Kenyan 2007 post-election aftermath, alongside Kofi Annan and Graca Machel, the Burundi peace negotiations, and the South Sudan referendum. He also served as the chairman of the South-South Commission. However, upon further scrutiny of the timetable, I was relieved to see that the list of speakers and panelists, including career diplomats and close assistants to him, like the keynote speaker, Ambassador Yahya Simba, as well as Ambassador Dr. Aziz Mlima, and other diplomats and renowned academicians, including Professor Razak Bakari Glokina from the University of Dodoma, and of course, the guest of honor, Professor Palamagamba Kabudi. Being alive to the above fact, I therefore resolved that my remarks should be limited to expressing our family's appreciation. We are very thankful to the Cavendish University of Uganda for organizing the Mkapa Memorial Lectures for the third time and inviting our family to attend all those memorial lectures. This year, they have resolved to hold this memorial lecture in Tanzania, his homeland, which is very commendable. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cavendish University has gone further to establish the Benjamin Mkapa Scholarship Award to 2 Tanzanian students annually. As you all know, my late father had a special passion for education, starting way back during his tenure as a Member of Parliament for Nanyumbu constituency when he started the Masasi Education Fund. To me, this scholarship is the best way of honoring him. We are highly appreciative. Secondly, we are very grateful to our fellow invitees for accepting this invitation and making time to attend in huge numbers. This has proven the adage that a prophet is not accepted in his own homeland is not always true. Thirdly, we are very grateful to the chief guest, panelists, and other speakers for accepting the invitation and agreeing to undertake their respective roles. This has made this event a success, and to them I say thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my beloved father concluded in his autobiography, My Life, My Purpose, with the following statement. I quote, "I leave it to my God and you to decide what difference I have made to this world." The Benjamin Mkapa Foundation, which he founded upon his retirement, has so far organized 3 Mkapa Legacy Symposium, all of which were graced with the presence of Her Excellency, Madam Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, to whom we are very grateful as the chief guest. In those symposiums, much was said on the role of our beloved father in the health sector and national leadership at large. This enabled most Tanzanians to gauge what difference did he make. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my belief that after conclusion of today's memorial lecture, we will add a mileage to our knowledge as to what contribution he made using his diplomatic skills in institutional building, private sector development, and regional integration, which is the theme of this memorial lecture. God bless Cavendish University, Uganda. God bless Tanzania. God bless Uganda. May the soul of our beloved Benjamin Mkapa continue to rest in eternal peace. Asante kwa kunisikiliza.
Makofi hayatoshi. Now I know the team from Uganda will get hard time today, but you have to learn Swahili in hard way. So thank you so much for that welcome remarks. Next on agenda, we have a keynote address from Ambassador Hassan Simba Yahya, and this is the former High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Zambia. Ambassador Hassan Simba Yahya is a retired seasoned diplomat with a career spanning 27 years in various positions across various regions of the world, including Europe, Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Africa. Ambassador Yahya commands interdisciplinary and intellectual experience and skills with a vast network of international players across the region. He also gained invaluable first-hand knowledge of the entire ecosystem of transport corridor that covered to Zambia. His last duty stations before formal retirement in 2022. Ambassador Simba Yahaya also holds the master's degree in diplomatic studies from the University of Westminster, and that is United Kingdom, where he learned inter-area international trade laws and finance, public diplomacy, and communication. He attended several international leadership courses and participated in various global fora. He participated in several international and bilateral negotiations on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania during his tenure as Director of Middle East Region, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Home Affairs, and his High Commissioner accredited to Zambia, Angola, and Sao Tome. After 3 years as Assistant to the Private Secretary to President, Ambassador Yahaya was privileged to task to setting up the private office of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa at conclusion of his tenure as President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Ambassador Hassan Simba Yahaya now was born in 17th August of 1960 at Mwanza, Tanzania. He also married with 2 sons, Yahya and Hussein Simba, and daughter Husna. With that brief profile, let me take this opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, and that is Balozi Hassan Simba Yahaya. Karibu sana, na makofi tafadhali akiwa anakuja kwenye podium. Nashukuru sana kwa uwepo wako. Karibu.
Honorable Palamagamba Mwaluko Kabudi, Member of Parliament, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Dr. Oliver Sabiti, Vice Chancellor, and our host today, Your Excellency Mama Anna Mkapa, Mama Yetu, members of the diplomatic corps, Member of Parliament, Ambassador Liberata Mulamula, and Chairperson of Mkapa Foundation, Ambassador Ombeni Sefue, retired Chief Secretary, dignitaries from government, invited guests, member of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to speak before this esteemed audience at the occasion of the 3rd Benjamin William Mkapa Memorial Lecture. I had the privilege of working with late President Mkapa as one of his assistants during the last days of his presidency. I was also given the task, as mentioned, to establish the office of the former president at the end of his tenure. I am greatly honored, therefore, to deliver a keynote at this memorial event today. The late President Benjamin Mkapa was diplomat number 1 for 10 years, a foreign minister on 2 occasions, an accomplished diplomat and statesman who rose to the topmost rank of his career when he served as High Commissioner and Ambassador in Nigeria, Canada, and the United States of America, respectively. Today's event is the 3rd series of the memorial lectures, coming after the first 2 delivered by high-caliber statesmen who had several years of working under the tutelage of the late President Mkapa. It is therefore a daunting undertaking to come up with something new to speak about one of Africa's giants, both in diplomacy and political spectra. More so daunting where President Mkapa himself has written in detail his own biography that left little, if any, of his life and purpose in this world. Not to mention several interviews, speeches, public lectures, and treatises done during the years as a diplomat, an African statesman, and one of Africa's most accomplished leaders of his time. I will, however, try my best, given the fact that I had a rare opportunity of being the last of the Mohicans. This is a fictitious Indian leader of the North American tribal Indians. Youngest among the team who served during the last years of late Mkapa's presidency. The task of setting up the office of the former president in early 2006 availed me the opportunity to work for long hours with the late president as he was navigating to settle down from a stellar trajectory of a successful presidency. The topic at hand is equally challenging, as it cannot be straightforward diplomatic, given the cross-cutting nature of leadership interactions at the helm. I will attempt to explore briefly the role that diplomacy plays towards international building, private sector development, and regional integration. A brief highlight of the global events unfolding during the post-Cold War period and their impact to countries and regions of the world, picking on practical implementation of decisions by His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa and the skillful manner he applied diplomatic brinksmanship, global networks, ideological movements, and new trends of globalization to successfully navigate and deliver significant progress in institutional building, forge strong economic blocks within the East, Central, and South Africa region and beyond. A brief note on the traditional role of diplomacy to development. There are several definitions to the function of diplomacy, spanning the spectrum of relations between nation states and other players in the international forum. As global interactions and players get complex, so is diplomacy, reflecting the emerging multifaceted nature of engagement. Some of the common functions, rather than definitions, of diplomacy are as follows. Official communication. Diplomacy is often seen as the art and practice of managing international relations through communications and negotiations between representatives of different countries with the intention to create formalities and maintain limits in pursuit of sovereign interests. Conflict prevention and resolution, closely linked to the first, diplomacy is viewed as a means to prevent and resolve conflicts, promoting peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding among nations. Multilateral institutions play an important role in this aspect. Strategic negotiations. Diplomacy involves the strategic negotiation of agreements, treaties, and alliances, focusing on achieving national interests while maintaining stability. Cultural exchange, it encompasses the promotion of cultural, economic, and social ties between countries, enhancing mutual respect and cooperation. Public diplomacy. This aspect emphasizes the role of engaging with foreign publics to foster goodwill and understanding beyond just government interactions. The above functions highlight that diplomacy is not just about formal interactions and negotiations, but also about fostering peace, building economic relationships, and engaging in cultural exchange and other aspects of mutual relations and cooperation. A skilled diplomat, however, is not limited to the listed functions, but will strive to forge hybrids that fits the demands of the day. During his leadership, His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa was able to successfully apply diplomacy in his quest to seek solutions for the many challenges facing Tanzania and other developing countries of Africa. Highlights of global upheavals of the 80s and their impact to Tanzania. Circa 1980, The world witnessed the demise of the bipolar world order and its associated Cold War. The United Republic of Tanzania, like many other developing countries, was facing a myriad of challenges emanating from global, regional, and internal factors. Globally, unprecedented waves of change swept across the Eastern Bloc, leading to the revolutions of 1989 that saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, the disintegration of Yugoslavia, political and security upheavals in most countries of the Balkans and Central Asia. In China, a roller coaster of events from the time of the passing on of Chairman Mao Zedong in 1976 exhibited major political and economic policy shifts, leading to the era of Deng Xiaoping. By the time the 12th Party Congress met in September 1982, China's new leaders had done much to overcome the post-Mao socioeconomic woes, exhibiting drastic shift to Chinese policies from the past. These tectonic events of the 1980s created economic and political ripple effects across other regions of the world, including Asia, South America, and Africa. Tanzania was no exception. The second phase leadership in Tanzania bore the brunt of these global and regional changes at the end of the Cold War. Itself a proclaimed single-party socialist state, Tanzania could not escape international pressure to shift from public enterprise to private sector-led economy and to cope with increased demand for democratization. Amendments were made to the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania in 1992, ushering in a new era of multi-party democracy. By the year 1994, Tanzania managed to effect a smooth transition from a single party to a multi-party state. Silent among these sweeping changes were the following. In the economic front, there were structural adjustment programs. In the late 1980s, Tanzania began implementing special adjustment programs as a response to the economic crisis facing the country. These programs, often encouraged by the IMF and World Bank, aimed to stabilize the economy by reducing government spending, privatizing state-owned enterprises, and liberalizing the market. Shift from socialism. Tanzania transitioned from a largely socialist economy characterized by nationalized industries and collective farming towards a more market-oriented approach. These included the privatization of many state-owned enterprises. The Zanzibar Declaration of 1992 in effect replaced the stringent Arusha Declaration, relaxing the code of ethics on private ownership and public officials to engage in private enterprise. Deregulation and liberalization. The government reduced controls on prices and trade, encouraging private sector growth. This led to increase in both domestic and foreign investment, though unregulated. Economic growth. By the early 1990s, Tanzania began to experience modest economic growth, particularly in agriculture and services, although challenges like inflation and unemployment persisted. Shift of policies affected agriculture, with some farmers benefiting from market liberalization while others struggled with reduced state support. In the political sphere, as mentioned, there was political liberalization. In response to internal and external pressure, Tanzania moved towards a multi-party political system. In 1992, the country adopted a new constitution, as mentioned earlier, to formalize multi-party democracy. Around the same time, Tanzania carried out the first multi-party election. The first multi-party elections were held in 1995, marking a significant shift from the previous one-party system. The ruling party, Chama cha Mapinduzi, CCM, retained power but faced increased competition. His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa became the first democratically elected president under the new multi-party system, scoring 61.82%, a significant reduction from the traditional results under the single-party election of the past. For the first time, the House of Parliament had 55 members of Parliament from 4 opposition parties. In the civil society, growth and human rights and governance, there was a rise in civil society organizations and increased political activism, reflecting a growing desire for democratic governance and accountability. The political climate began to open up discussions about human rights, governance, and the rule of law, although challenges remained in fully realizing these ideals. Ethnic and regional dynamics. Political changes also brought to light ethnic and regional dynamics that had been suppressed under the one-party system, with significant influence on party politics and governance. Overall, the decade from 1980 to 1990 was a transformative period for Tanzania, setting the stage for ongoing economic reforms and political development in the year that followed. It was in the backdrop of these unprecedented challenges that the presidency of His Excellency late President Benjamin Mkapa started in 1995. Different from his predecessors, President Mkapa had few, if any, reference point to his aid as he navigated through his presidency as the first president of Tanzania to win contested multi-party elections with a sizable opposition voice in the House of Parliament. Despite these challenges and changes, the late president took measures to economic growth and governance reforms. Restoring macroeconomic stability was the main priority to His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa as he began his 5-year tenure of his administration. Inflation was at its highest, and there was no discipline in the management of public finance. The economy had to be right. The next challenge facing the new administration was on how to spur economic growth of the country. It was therefore important to create the necessary legislative and policy framework that invited investment, stimulate a vibrant private sector to engage in production and trade, and therefore bring about growth. The banking system needed full restoration to facilitate the investment climate, production, and trade. Equally important to the equation was the review of the tax system to make it more equitable and conducive to investors, both domestic and foreign. To create this legislative environment in order to build confidence was a major challenge. In his own word, he intoned about this situation in one of his many interviews. When I came to office, I quote, "My priority was to set the economy right in the sense of restoring macroeconomic stability. Inflation was out of hand. The management of public finances was also undisciplined. So I set to put our economy right." End of quote. Serious institutional reforms were wanting in order to address the many anomalies facing Tanzania economically, politically, and psychologically, where there was a need to change the recipient mindset that was common to many. Suffice to note that Tanzania was a recipient of large amounts of aid in the 1960s and 70s. However, this love affair with donors became sour as the country developed a troubled relationship with donors from the early 1980s onwards. A series of economic crises exacerbated by the war in Uganda in 1979 led to a retreat from the model of the Arusha Declaration, but reforms were inadequate to solve the economic problems or to reassure donors who were increasingly skeptical of the state-led development models. In 1985, Tanzania faced a crisis in its donor relations and aid levels fell sharply. The adoption of an IMF package in 1986 eased a little, and there was an increase in aid. And from 1985, then President, His Excellency Dr. Ali Hassan Mwinyi, made move towards economic liberalization. Tanzania was considered a successful adjuster by the World Bank and others in the late 1980s. However, the second generation reforms required by donors and the international financial institutions became politically controversial in Tanzania in the early 1990s. Donors felt that the government was not delivering reform, and the government felt donors were interfering too much in their policies. To the government, this was translated as a typical case of aid leverage, where development partners were attaching strings to aid. By the year 1994, relationships between the government of Tanzania and its donors had reached crisis point. The government-donor seesaw affair came to a grinding stop. Donor concerns, in particular about fiscal performance, led to a freezing of aid programs. As a response to this breakdown of relations, the government, at the suggestion and with financial support from the government of Denmark and with support from other like-minded donors, commissioned an independent group of advisors to investigate the problem with the aid relationship, mediate between donors and the government, and propose solution. The group was made up of 3 international and 2 Tanzanian experts, chaired by Professor Gerard Helena, a Canadian economist. The result was the development cooperation issues between Tanzania and its aid donors, report of the group of independent advisors, christened the Helena Report. That came out with several recommendations. The report called for significant changes in practices by donors to allow the emergence of country ownership, and singled out the World Bank for particular criticism. It also called for more proactive management of aid by the government of Tanzania, noting the relative passivity of the government in the face of multiple donors, and arguing that if it were allowed, the government could impose much more authority on donors. The report found that there was little alignment between the government and donors, or coordination among donors, with the government highlighting its frustration at donors' tendency to create project islands, disconnected from Tanzanian policies and institutions, while officials and ministers were overwhelmed by the demand made on their time by numerous donors. It noted that there was much more lip service to coordination than commitment to action. In general, the report recommendations emphasized the key role of the government in making aid more effective, while also identifying donor practices which impeded this. The Helena report was published at a politically opportune moment. The November 1995 elections were well received by donors who were increasingly concerned with global governance. Then newly elected President Benjamin Mkapa was seen to be keen in championing the implementation of the Helena recommendations. Drastic economic policy shifts from public-led economy to a more liberal but unregulated private sector-led economy left Tanzania's economy in an unstable state of affairs that President Mkapa inherited. As noted in his own writings, Tanzania was in dire need for a new direction if it was to fare well in its quest to advance the welfare and development of Tanzanians. The recommendations of the Helena report were therefore a good starting point. The report recommended many reforms that would allow Tanzania and development partners to work in a more coordinated way. For His Excellency President Mkapa, while seeking the balance of the two sides, it was important that the interests of Tanzania were to come to the fore against the wishes of the donor community. To achieve this required bold courage and an unwavering sense of patriotism of the leadership. Development partners had to make sense of what Tanzania want. Given the expansive nature of the recommendation and demand for substantial technical and financial resources that could not be mobilized internally, partly due to the debt burden, it was necessary to apply all of the President's diplomatic brinksmanship and ability to work with development partners in order to implement the recommendation. Another major event that Tanzania had to face during the tenure of the late President Mkapa were the effects of globalization to development economies. Globalization was setting in rapidly, leaving developing countries in disadvantaged position. In a nutshell, diplomacy was in want to tackle 5 main areas which His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa swiftly and tactfully applied to resolve economic and political challenges. 1, revive cooperation with donor community through confidence building and dialogue. 2, mobilizing international alliance to alleviate the debt burden through multilateral engagement to attain the highly indebted poor countries program, reduce the negative impact of globalization, creating awareness of donor communities on events shaping policies in developing countries, and forging regional and continental economic cooperation to speed up development. It is noteworthy that the 5 itemized areas are but a few of the many initiatives by His Excellency late President Benjamin Mkapa during his tenure of office and beyond. I have picked the aforementioned areas with caution, as doing otherwise would have resulted to a lengthy discourse, which I believe His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa has already done himself in his written memoirs, interviews, and several public speeches. Diplomatic measures deployed to meet the challenges. Criticism was rife from the donor community over Tanzania and how it managed development, governance, and shortcomings in providing political space to opposition parties, a necessary requirement in a democratic country. A cross-cutting reforms agenda had to be initiated to address this situation. International financial cooperation relations, bilateral and multilateral. Over time, relations were well restored. As earlier mentioned, the administration of the third phase government under the late President Benjamin William Mkapa was keen to undertake the recommendations of the Helena report. The report, jointly adopted by government and donor, recommended, among others, Tanzania ownership and leadership of the development process, Tanzania government to set out a clear vision and set national priorities for development, in which case the President managed to create the Tanzania Development Vision 2020. Greater donor transparency, coordination of aid modalities, rationalization of donor assistance, strengthening of government finance systems, and improvement of accountability and enhanced effectiveness of the budget management process. A Tanzania assistance strategy emerged out of this recommendation, where donors were compelled to put money in the budget basket, where government plans were actually implemented instead of the traditional system of cherry picking as it used to be in the past. Nevertheless, with the benefit of both hindsight and exchange with like-minded and the like-position leaders and countries, the case for review and vigilance has to be made with regard to the following points. These mutual satisfying relations have to be forged and nurtured carefully. Developing countries have real fears of domination. Because giving money is involved, there is real apprehension that by receiving, it marks the reduction of independence. Outcries against domination or recolonization should not be summarily dismissed. For example, in Tanzania, there have been those who have voiced loudly the specter of economic domination by Makaburu at that time. The component of technical assistance in aid needs to be re-examined, including the phenomena of outsourcing. The gestation time of project is too long, and the burden is increased by the fact that interest is charged with the signing of agreement and not the commencement of implementation. The credibility of reforms is threatened by the huge gap between promise and quantified delivery in both time and size. Central to development woes that the country was facing were weak institutions of governance. Sweeping reforms were therefore needed in all pillars of government. These sweeping reforms demanded huge amounts of resources that could only come from development partners. With the confidence created and improved working relationships, as agreed through consultative dialogue, development partners agreed to extend funding to the proposed reform agenda. In the political system, despite being a single-party state during the first 30 years of independence, Tanzania managed to establish a largely liberal system allowing for people's voice and participation with personal competition to a freely elected legislature. A trusted electoral commission organized elections every 5 years with a strong national administrative cadre. With an enshrined national language, Kiswahili, Tanzania engendered a strong feeling of nationhood and unity. Global movements of the 1980s found Tanzania in a strong political footing to voluntarily and freely adopt a multi-party system of governance. Needless to say, reforms had to be undertaken, which included political party pluralism and the establishment of an independent office of the Registrar of Political Parties, removal of politicization and ideology from the armed forces, the strengthening of the Independent Electoral Commission, financial grants to parties contesting to general elections, establishment of permanent voters register, invitation to national and international election observer missions. All these had to be undertaken as reforms to the political establishment. On the legislature, it was necessary to give more weight to the people's political voices and thus increase political participation. The number of members of parliament was increased. 30% special seat for women were consolidated. Stronger scrutiny of proposed government legislation through increased parliamentary committee, formal recognition of the office of the leader of the opposition, and assignment of special on-site role over public expenditure, i.e., chair of the Parliamentary Audit Committee. Reforms were also undertaken at local government level to ensure that councils are more accountable to the people, improve service delivery, and facilitate self-development. A local government capital development grant system was mooted to enable investment in local infrastructure. Similarly, in the judiciary, administration, and economic dimension, all these required reforms which were performed diligently by the Fed, like the Bretton Woods institutions. Time and consistent from the late president was the global governance and corruption issues. There is no gainsay the fact that this is a major obstacle to economic growth and development, to social justice and political stability. His Excellency Mkapa took measure to undertake to change attitude, to open up public and private sector operations, procedures, and to build institutions manned by people of integrity to combat the scourge and punish the perpetrators. Suffice to note that global governance has a big impact on the success or failure of governance efforts at home. The same demand on governance that are demanded of developing countries must equally be demanded at the global level, not only on issues such as corruption and bribery, but also on global trade and investment regime and on aid management. All these points were well and eloquently presented to the international community and donor community in order to stave away the insistence upon developing countries to fight, insistence that development countries are not applying the requisite pressure against the practice of corruption. His Excellency, late President Mkapa, also spearheaded a crusade on debt cancellation to highly indebted countries. Due to this unrelenting drive, the international donor community, through various platforms, paid heed to the genuine cries of indebted countries and committed to alleviate their debt burdens. Tanzania became the first country on the HIPC list to graduate to the debt relief. A substantial amount of the country's bilateral and multilateral debt was cancelled. Public diplomacy played a significant role by influencing voices of donor countries' populations to stand on the side of highly indebted developing nations. It will be remiss on my part if I am not to recognize the important role that His Excellency late President Mkapa played in addressing the negative impact of globalization. The committee that he chaired with Her Excellency Tarja Halonen, former President of Finland, was able to shed invaluable light and knowledge on the negative effect of globalization and the need to take remedial measures as a way to insulate marginalized countries from the onslaught of age. Apart from these, during his time as president, as well as after the cumulative effect of this painstaking effort and the faithful and disciplined implementation and application of these and development partners. Rather than just pointing a finger to the shortcomings of others, it was a show of resolve by Tanzania that it is taking all concerns raised by development partners with the seriousness it deserves. Serious diplomatic engagement took place at various bilateral and multilateral levels. Development partners were able to judge government resolve to address. Late President Benjamin William Mkapa managed to restore the confidence and goodwill of development partners who were out of the way to support his reform agenda that demanded high level of funding.
Thank you so much for your wonderful keynote address. And that has been Ambassador Hassan Simba Yahya, the former High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Zambia. You all agree with me that his tone, content, and everything that was flowing, reflecting our theme. So, my dear students, if now your lecturer asks you today to present the legacy of Benjamin Mkapa, if you fail to capture from his keynote address, then I don't know. To capture from his keynote address, then I don't know. So thank you so much. In this time, also allow me to recognize Mr. Joram Kumbi, Country Coordinator of African Youth Leadership. Thank you for your contribution. And is well known by his ability to speak Swahili. They also call him Mlumbi. Mlumbi is someone who can speak the real Swahili. Thank you so much for joining us. Without wasting time, let me also invite Dr. Aziz Ponali Mrima, and this is the former permanent Aziz Ponali Mrima, and this is the former permanent secretary of Karib Sana. Karib Sana. He inspired a lot of people, including me, and a lot of people.
Good morning. the guest of honor, Professor Paramagamba Kabudi, Dr. Olive Sabit, the Vice Chancellor, Cavendish University, Professor John Mugisha, and Madam, the Vice Chancellor of Bishop Stewart, and former Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, the Vice Chancellor of University of Strathmore, and other Vice Chancellors and Chancellors who are here. Let me, please allow me to stand on the protocol of the previous speakers. But before I start my remarks, I would like to request the personal friends of former President Mkapa. Somewhere sitting in that table, I can see here Honorable I was about to mention your name. So Honorable Makola Majogo, I can see Walter Bugoya there, and I can see Ambassador Ali Mchumo, and others have stepped out. So it is a great honor to have a few minutes to speak about former President Mkapa and his contribution to diplomacy, institutional building, private sector development, and regional integration. Our keynote speaker has covered quite a lot of ground on wide area and scope of former President Mkapa, contribution to this nation, but also to other countries within the region. As you know, former President Mkapa was the Chancellor of Cavendish University. At the same time, he was the Chancellor of University of Dodoma. But let me narrow my intervention on the three main contribution, or three main areas where former President Mkapa contributed, and they are somehow related to our topic today. I will talk about the formation of East Africa Community and Investment Climate Facility for Africa, which was between 2006 and 2014. But also I'll talk about the formation of government agencies and regulatory authorities such as BRELA, TRA, EWURA, TANROADS, among others. And finally, I'll conclude on the issue of peace, negotiation, and mediation. The late former President Benjamin Mkapa continued the work of His Excellency Ali Hassan Mwinyi, and together with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda and Daniel Arap Moi, they revived and re-established the East African Community in the year 1999 to 2000. This contribution and carrying on the torch of his predecessor, President Ali Hassan Mwinyi, is the step in the regional integration. Today, as we speak, the community is a total of 8 partner states. This includes founding members which were Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, but also you have seen recently we have 2 new members who joined recently, Somalia and DRC, but before that there were South Sudan, Rwanda, and Burundi. According to the statistics from the East African Community Secretariat official data, when this initiative took place during the time when the first term of his president, President Mkapa, the community used to trade among the 3 members. It was about 500 million US dollars. But today, the same community, the intertrade within the East African community is about 6.4 billion US dollars. This is a milestone, and you can see his contribution on the regional integration, how it managed, of course, with other colleagues, how to manage to bring about the growth of trade within East African community. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another area which is less talked about, the contribution of late former President Mkapa, was the role he played as a co-chair of the Board of Trustees of Investment Climate Facility for Africa, which also known as ICF. He was the co-chair of Investment Climate Facility for Africa between 2006 to 2014. ICF played a crucial role in supporting economic transformation, creating better business and investment climate in various African countries, which as a result improved the ranking in the World Bank Doing Business report. As a diplomat, I may not like to point a country and say this country managed to succeed so much because of this contribution. It may rise some alarm somewhere. But there are some countries which managed to move from 134 in the doing business ranking to 79. And now I think they are around 34, between 34 to 40. And these are the countries are now members of the East African community. So they really utilize the resources which were under former President Mkapa as a co-chair of Investment Climate Facility for Africa. But just to mention as a group, you may figure out which country I'm talking about, but as a group, there were countries like Mauritius, Rwanda, Cape Verde, Zambia, Senegal, and Tanzania, of course. The ICF contributed on the issue of roadblocks. You remember traveling a container from Dar es Salaam, shipping a container from Dar es Salaam port to Kigoma or to Mwanza. We used to have about 21 roadblocks. But the initiative from ICF, it cut down these roadblocks from 21 to 3. And that means cargo moved very fast, the cost became low, and business people were saving money and time on that. And there are countries which, to register a business, it used to take a month. This is a group of nations I mentioned. It used to take a month to clear a container from the port, but then they managed to clear a container from 1 month to 3 to 4 days. And this as far as Senegal. And then there are countries where to register a business used to take a month, but now you can register a business in 6 hours. This is the invisible contribution of former President Mkapa as a co-chair of Investment Climate Facility for Africa. But also, as I pointed out earlier, now let me talk on his contribution in the business community here in Tanzania and East Africa. His creation of Tanzania Road Authority, TANROADS in 2000, helped immensely in improving the business environment and access to market within Tanzania. It also helped to cut down production cost and travel time. Today, Tanzania has about 86,472 kilometers of tarmac roads and a well-improved or well-connected road network. Gone are the days in order to go to Bukoba, where my former boss here, Ambassador Mulamula, comes from. You had to travel to Kenya and then to Uganda to come to Bukoba. Now you can travel for a few hours from Dar es Salaam. Within 12 hours, you can be in Bukoba if you're driving very fast. So this is the contribution of former President Mkapa by establishing the institution like TANROADS. And by doing so, it means that people have more access to the market and goods and services. President Mkapa move to start TANROADS was geared to bring people close to market and improve the access of goods and services, which eventually promoted the social and economic well-being of the communities. In order to improve tax collection, the keynote speaker has mentioned here, he started the Tanzania Revenue Authority. And their objective was to mobilize domestic resources and cut down the dependence from the donors. President Mkapa started many government agencies and authorities, including Business Licensing Authority, which I can see I saw Mr. Andrew Mkapa was here. He used to be the director there of BRELA at some point. And that helped very much to do the business registration and also to improve the environment for people who want to do business in Tanzania so that you can register businesses more efficiently and faster. So basically those are the areas which, And these agencies, I just mentioned a few, but there are quite many, from public procurement agencies and so many others, which increase the issue of transparency in doing businesses and government tendering and so forth. So these are the areas and the systems which former President Mkapa put them in place. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, former President Mkapa was among the believers of peace and stability as a catalyst of economic development and regional integration. Therefore, he was actively involved in diplomatic initiative to bring about peace through negotiations and mediation. Dr. Sabit, during her remark, she mentioned about the role former President Mkapa played in the Kenya mediation process. So let me just walk you a bit on that. No, I think it was not only Dr. Sabit, but when Nicholas Mkapa made the remarks on behalf of the family. Former President Mkapa worked together with Kofi Annan and Graça Machel to reconcile Kenya political leadership after 2007 post-election violence. The results was the current Kenyan constitution and inclusive leadership and the formation of the government, Serikali ya Umoja, I don't know how to put it, where saw the coming in of Right Honorable Raila Odinga into the government of Kenya after that. And then Kenya became peaceful after that. So that was the contribution of former President Mkapa in diplomatic effort in terms of negotiation and mediation. And as we see Kenya now, the Kenyans are peaceful, stable, apart from the glitches here and there. But they managed to do business, and Kenya is peaceful. President Mkapa also took part in the DRC peace process. In 2008, 2009, I think some of you may recall that during those days, there used to be a rebel general called Laurent Mkunda. And President Mkapa worked together with General Basanjo from the UN side and for President Mkapa from the Great Lakes and AU to oversee the peace process of DRC. And the results of that peace process and negotiation was the Goma Agreement of March 23rd. And Ambassador Liberata Muramura was also part of that negotiations. And you know these rebel groups which is in DRC today, it's called M23. It came from this March 23rd, the abbreviation, because the Goma Agreement of March 23rd, 2009 had so many other steps which were supposed to be followed. But unfortunately, certain things doesn't happen in certain corners of the world. So unfortunately, the other rebel group came up and they called themselves M23 because of this Goma Agreement of March 23rd. So President Mkapa worked as a facilitator of that, and they came up with that agreement. But also, it was not just DRC. There was also, he was also quite, toward the end, he was very much involved with the Burundi peace process from 2017. And he was working together with President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as a mediator. He was the facilitator. And all this, the contribution from the negotiation brought about peace, and the mediation also managed to bring about people working together. The country was stable and peaceful, and that managed to trigger interest to other members because they saw that East African community was now stable, quiet, and the countries like South Sudan also decided to join. And we mentioned it was mentioned earlier here that President Benjamin Mkapa was instrumental, and he was the chair of referendum which led to the independence of South Sudan. I think most people don't know about this, but he was appointed by the United Nations, and the referendum we oversaw brought about the independence of South Sudan. And later, South Sudan also joined the East African community. So this is the role it played on the integration of East Africa prior to South Sudan joining the East Africa. So it had to become independent first. And another role, well, the DRC also saw the need to join EAC, and now DRC is the member of the East African Community. And on top of that, Somalia also thought that they'll benefit to become member. And now we have the community, which is has 8 partner states. It's stable. There are issues here and there, but if you are a large integrated society, then you can do better. The intertrade within East Africa will definitely benefit and grow. So his role in peace negotiation and mediation brought about peace in the region, but also attracted other members to join. And finally, former President Mkapa was the first chancellor of University of Dodoma, one of the largest universities in Tanzania. He played an important role in that university. What you see today, together with other people involved, was a work of institution building. And of course, when you see President Mkapa, he had so many, I don't know, I can say so many dimensions. You see former President Mkapa, you could see a seasoned diplomat, but also a journalist, but also a serious leader, an international statesman, but also a family, a father and husband to Mama Ana Mkapa. So all this dimension of former President Mkapa made him a unique person with a unique personality. He could use any area of his expertise to solve any issue you bring before him. And that's why he was involved in so many UN commissions, high-level commissions, high-level panels. And while we served as his assistant, he was rejecting about 80%. Maybe Ambassador Simba can help me on that. 70 to 80% of all requests put upon his time from the international organization and others, he rejected them. The 20% you see are the ones which he said, okay, I'll do this. But if we could say yes to everything, probably Mama Mkapa could not even see her husband during that time. So I thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Dr. Aziz. Yes, Ambassador Dr. Aziz has led us through remembering all the great works of the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. And hearing those, I really have to say that as Cavendish University Uganda, we are truly blessed to have been associated with such an inspirational change maker. Thank you so much, Dr. Aziz, for that. This memorial lecture is being live streamed, and would like to thank all our online attendees that are tuned in right now. Please feel free to make a contribution in our comments section as you join us for this important occasion. We're glad to have you virtually. Thank you. We are very privileged to have a distinguished lineup of panelists that will be guiding us through today's theme, following the remarks from our previous speakers. And at this point, let me take this opportunity to invite Dr. Alice Wabule, who is our Dean for the Faculty of Socio-Economic Sciences at Cavendish University. And Dr. Alice will invite and also introduce our panelists as well as lead us in the panel discussion. Thank you.
All protocol observed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Join me to invite our panelists for today's important guest lecture in memory of His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa. I take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ambassador Liberator Mulamula, who is a seasoned diplomat, who has served Tanzania as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, a Member of Parliament, an Ambassador of Tanzania to the United States of America, and various diplomatic missions in Tanzania and abroad. She also served as senior lecturer, but currently Ambassador Mulamula serves on various boards, including the chairperson of the Board of Trustees for the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation. You are most welcome, Ambassador. Also join me to welcome Mwalimu Professor Razak Bakari Lokina, who is a distinguished Tanzanian economist. Professor Lokina currently serves as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Research and Consultancy at the University of Dodoma. You are most welcome. Also join me to welcome Miss Immaculate Mbawala. Miss Immaculate Mbawala is a former student of Cavendish University, Uganda, both at undergraduate and postgraduate. She's a beneficiary of the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation. Immaculate has lived in Uganda for several years. She's more or less Ugandan. She's here to share with us her story of hope from the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation. Thank you so much. Getting to our panelists, they say ladies first. I'll start with the ladies. Ambassador Mulamula, on my way yesterday, a radio announcement indicated that Tanzanian exports to DRC Congo, the newly admitted nation to the East African community, has increased from 3.7% to 4.0% as a result of her admission to the East African community and removal of tariffs. Of course, other countries like our own Uganda, Kenya, and others have benefited greatly, but I was really impressed by this. Ambassador, what are the key aspects that stand out for you in the role of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa in regional integration?
This is typical of the African, we test the mic. Good morning. Habari za asubuhi, shikamoo wakubwa wangu. I know we had wonderful speeches. I was preempted because what I would say about the contribution of His Excellency, the late President Benjamin Mkapa, was well articulated by the keynote speaker, Ambassador Yaya Simba, but we also heard some of the key contributions from Ambassador Azizi. So, as a diplomat, I don't know how much time you give me, but let me start by, of course, recognizing the presence of our guest of honor, Honorable Kabudi, Professor. I must say, you have one of the best diplomatic qualities sitting in the room, listening attentively and knowing how busy your schedule is. But I want to thank you for making time to be with us. But also, I'm delighted to see Mama Anna Mkapa also sitting attentively, listening to all our speeches, and the great family around you. I see many familiar faces. See the Chief Secretary, former Chief Secretary, but who knows President Mkapa more than me? He should be here than me. But also seeing the friends of the late president around. Let me say, first and foremost, I'm so happy to participate in this third Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture. We used to miss it, we would see it, watch it from far when it was being held in Kampala. Ambassador Aziz, of course, was the champion and he would share a link with us. But I'm happy now we are meeting in person in Dar es Salaam. For me, it's a delight and honor to have been invited soon after my appointment as chairperson of the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation Board of Trustees. It's been a big honor, but I didn't know that soon I'll be sitting in this hot seat to talk about one of our hello, can you hear me? One of our beacon, and the president who made a lot of difference in our lives as diplomats. I thank also Cavendish University for bringing this memorial lecture here in Dar es Salaam and inviting us to participate. I'm happy also to share the platform first with Immaculate Benjamin Scholar, because as I was being briefed on what the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation has been doing for the last 18 years, they were telling me, he said, Ambassador, you'll see the products. So Immaculate, I'm happy to see that you are the product of the Mkapa Scholarship. But I'm also happy to share the stage with the as a practitioner. I would want to indulge into researches and findings, but also allow me to recognize the presence of the members of the Board of Trustees. I see the retired Judge Susan Mkapa is a member of my board. Again, you see women are the movers and shakers of this foundation, I must say, from the CEO and the management team. Yeah, you asked me a question about the contribution. As I said, this was well covered, but let me say that with our diverse backgrounds, we are here to recognize the role that President Mkapa played in our region. The East African region, the Great Lakes region. And let me put emphasis on the Great Lakes region, because I was privileged to work with President Mkapa when the region was in turmoil. Following the Rwanda genocide, which of course shamed the international community, maybe and all of us, of doing nothing to stop it. So when President Mkapa came into power in 1999, the first thing he undertook as a region he said, we cannot sit here and wait to witness another genocide in our region when we had all committed that never, never again. So he decided to send the then Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, His Excellency Jakaya Risho Kikwete. He was then the foreign minister. I accompanied him. It said, take this message to New York, to the United Nations, to Kofi Annan, that the international community cannot pretend to doing something to stop the cycle of violence in our region. Convey a message to him that cannot be done from New York. Because by then, the Security Council had adopted a resolution calling on the International Conference on the Great Lakes region. And President Mkapa's message was this should be brought home to the region. Our problems, we own the solutions. And the message was also that Tanzania was ready to host this conference in Dar es Salaam under his leadership. So I'm giving you this background, taking from what Ambassador Aziz said, apart from his domestic and political commitment, this country, President Mkapa devoted his time to ensure that we achieve peace, but we foster regional integration where people are at peace with each other in terms of communities and countries. And through his commitment and announcement, he convened the first international conference on the Great Lakes region here in Dar es Salaam in 2004, which broke ground because it was years that you could not get the leaders in the region to sit around the table like we are seated here. So everyone convened in Dar es Salaam. And that was a defining moment for the region. They took it up. The heads of state decided that we should have our peace and security architecture, but we should have our own charter. Our own charter that was holistic and all-encompassing. So from their commitment, we had the Pact on Peace, Security, and Stability. And I was privileged to be appointed the first executive secretary to make sure that this pact was fully implemented. But let me also say, President Mkapa said we cannot have regional integration integrating wars and conflicts. Let's have peace. And then, as you know, then he championed. And he had to tell the Tanzanians that we should not fear. We should not fear to get back into the East African community. Because by then, for those who remember, we were all afraid of Nyangaos. And he says, no. We need to sit down, revitalize the East African community. There is no any other way that we can work in isolation, that we will have to go through the customs union, common market, and be able to achieve our economic independence, but also integrate the region through trade, investment.
Highly indebted countries. So I remember I was at university at that time, and when we heard about SAPs, many of us did not even understand what SAPs were about, but we're just hearing SAPs. So students at university went to the streets. And the only thing that we knew about it was cost sharing. So we went to the streets to oppose cost sharing and other aspects of economic liberalism that we felt were not healthy, like privatizing public enterprises, like downsizing. But we are here, celebrating private sector development as an attribute to His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. So, Professor, how did His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa make a case for private sector development that we are celebrating today?
Thank you, and good morning. I'm also very happy to be here, and for me, the first time to participate in this forum, but I'm glad I've been following it up previously. I'm also honored to be with Mama Mkapa. Thank you so much, Mama. I really first time to be closer to you and the other members. Just to go direct to your question, the issue of private sector during President Mkapa time, it was unavoidable because that was the time when the country had a lot of public enterprise in the government public hand. So he wanted to make sure that we engage more the private sector, and that we could see a lot of privatization of public enterprise at that time, and also even the establishment of the TIC, the Tanzania Investment Center, to spearhead investment from the private end. And also it was also the time that we had, he initiated the public-private partnership, and in this case was just to leverage on the private efficiency in providing public service. So the country, with the poverty and the initiative of economic recovery, there was no way we could avoid privatization because we could see he came with what was known in Swahili Mkukuta and Mkurabita. All these were to try to formalize, first to make sure that we reduce poverty and we achieve economic growth, but also we formalize, because the economy was said had 75% of the economy was in the informal sector. But you know that under the informal sector means the government is not able to collect tax, but also is not able to create good employment where people could work. So it was important at that time that let's prioritize, let's create an institutions which can attract foreign investment, but also can attract growth to reduce poverty. And this was not only that, okay, there was a push from the World Bank and but still, it was an issue that was needed during that time. There was no way we could reduce poverty. Though our economy was growing around 6-7%, but still the poverty was still very high, about 33% of the population were living below the poverty line. So it was an initiative that it was necessary to make sure that we increase involvement of the population in the private sector, and the efficiency of private sector we could see. The banks were privatized, the telecommunication industry, the transport, we could see that time the TRS, the railway. We had some private companies. Say the current initiative and the interest of Benjamin Mkapa to build unity and peace in the region. From the previous speakers, we saw the way he was involved in negotiation. There are going to connect Burundi, Rwanda, and DRC. And the trade there is going to flow even much more than what we see. But all this is because there's already a peaceful integration, and the region has expanded. The coming in of DRC, South Sudan, and the Somali into East Africa community, all this, it was because the initiative that was already cleared by our former president, President Mkapa, during his time that he fought for economic integration, for peaceful trade, and all these are the things that we can see that you can only attract the private sector where there's a peaceful, where there is a predictability, where there is someone can put his capital where you know that, okay, I'm assured of reaping all the benefit that I can get. I'm assured of doing the trade. You cannot go where there is a war, there is no trade, because, okay, our country is big, but we need other regional partners to attract a big investment. So if you bring some private investor, we're sure that we are East Africa, about 8 countries, and all in peace we can trade freely. These are the area that we need to attract, and I think that was the area where our former president, Benjamin Mkapa, tried to build on to make sure that we have a peaceful region, we have good infrastructure, where we can attract private investors to come in and do business and appreciate the peacefulness of the country. So being peace alone, that would not be enough, because we need to trade with the planet, and that's why I think he took initiative to go around many neighboring countries to make sure that the peaceful and the unit is emphasized. In that case, I think it was important. And with that, we see today, free movement, free trade is because of all the initiative that have been done by our former president during his time.
Thank you so much, Mwalimu. We are here enjoying free movement, free trade. When we came at the airport, there was nothing like clearing, just talk like we are all Africans. We are simply welcomed in Tanzania without any hassles. We are enjoying private, public partnerships in East African countries, courtesy of the initiative of the late His Excellency. We are proud to be associated with him. I'll now get to Ms. Mbawala. Ms. Mbawala, we are all here celebrating private sector development, and through his initiatives, we are told that he initiated the establishment of several institutions. I wouldn't want to mention, but I just want to get it to you. According to your own experience, which specific institutions and transformations would you associate with His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, especially in the Republic of Tanzania, but also you can say something about the East African region? Thank you.
Thank you so much. As she has introduced me, my name is Immaculate Mbawala. Some people, they call me Emma. Yeah, so I work with Tanzania High Commission in Uganda as a diaspora there. So I'm grateful for this opportunity that you have given to me. First, foremost, I want to say thank you for seeing guests of honor here, and all the ambassadors, the retired ones, and here, and all the ambassadors, the retired ones, and the current ones, and also the VC of Cavendish University. Yeah, so it has been said a lot. Everyone has said here. Even if you go to Google, you will find a lot of information about the late excellent Benjamin Mkapa. And as far as the diplomacy role in my life is concerned, and for building institutions, so what I'm going to talk, which has caught my attention, is the area of education, institution in education, both here in Tanzania and also East Africa. So I'm alumna from Cavendish University, Uganda, and a class of 2019 graduate in Bachelor of Arts in International Relations and Diplomatic Study, and also alumna class of 2021 Master of Arts in International Relations and Diplomatic Studies. Yeah, so as he mentioned earlier, that I have a story to tell, a story of hope. So because once when I joined Cavendish University, you know, you go to university and sometimes you don't have resources, you don't have finances. So the lecturers and also the dean of my faculty, which is there, Dr. Alice, so they were so much encouragers to me as I went through my education. And then when I finished 2019, that's when the late President Benjamin Mkapa was the chancellor of the university. And so what happened, my former, who is Ambassador Dr. Aziz Mlima, so he requested me to go and meet the president, who was at Serena Hotel in Kampala. So at going there, it was my first time seeing him, and then I was able to interact with him. I was able to greet him. I was able, to introduce myself, and also he said that when he was commencing us that in our graduation, so he mentioned that he had the name Bawala. So he was wondering, is there Bawala in Uganda? So that's when he said that you are a Tanzanian. I said, yeah, I'm a Tanzanian. So I graduated from from Bachelor of Arts and International Relations. So that's when now I was able to meet him and interact with him. And also from that journey, it took me time to know that I will be able to do my master's. That's when now I was able to be recipient of Benjamin Mkapa scholarship. So with that, I want to say that the role of diplomas Benjamin Mkapa played in my life is through providing me the scholarship to pursue my master's. I know sometimes we get limitation. We want to reach somewhere, but we cannot reach because of limitation of resources, finances. So, and building that institution, the role of diplomas, I want to just to say one thing about my former boss, Dr. Aziz Mlima, because he worked with His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa, and I was asking people, so what can I take to work with Dr. Aziz Mlima? Then they said, you know, Dr. Aziz Mlima is a workaholic. So a workaholic meaning that he was mentored by His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. So I was like, how will I manage, to work with him? But I thank God that I was able to work with Dr. Aziz Mlima. And then one thing I know that a leader always lead by example. So the thing that I got, that a leader lead by example, and also like for him working with Benjamin Mkapa, and also it enabled me to work with him and in the different roles in the mission in Uganda, because sometimes they say that the leader will show you how to do it, and then you have to watch the way they do. And then later on, a good leader will say, now you do, and I'll also watch you doing. So then a good leader will tell you, now I'm not there, you do. So I was able to do whatsoever he requested me to do. Because of what Mkapa contributed in my education, I was able also to work with different roles at the mission in Uganda. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Imachli. Sorry, I'll have to interrupt, but I want to just ask you a question. In 1 minute, can you summarize for us the major takeaway in as far as your memory of His Excellency is concerned? Just in 1 minute, what are we taking away from this whole story?
Yeah, among others, I know that Benjamin Mkapa really played a big role in diplomacy. As we all heard when the keynote speaker said, and also the family said, Ambassador Aziz said, that Benjamin William Mkapa, he was a leader, and he was ambassador, first of all, in Nigeria, and then in America, and also he was a foreign affairs minister in Tanzania. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. I'll get to Prof. Prof, just in 1 minute, what can we remember as major takeaways from His Excellency's legacy in the area of private sector development?
Thank you. Without having any elaboration, the key takeaway, first I would say economic liberalization and the private sector initiatives, but also investment climate, improvement of investment climate, infrastructure development.
Thank you so much, Prof. Then to Ambassador, what are we taking away from this entire discussion in the area of regional integration? Also in 1 minute.
Hello, when you tell the politician to speak in 1 minute, it's impossible. But let me at least read from my notes. Yeah, one big takeaway, integration. So he left us with that legacy because we still have those institutions up and running, the East African Community, the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and many other national institutions. So befitting for today's occasion. In 30 seconds, let me quote him. He said, "Our legacy is not defined by the wealth we accumulate, but the lives we touch and the changes we make in our society. Let us give hope to the undeserved." This is what I think the message you should live with. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Indeed, thank you for that quote. The message of hope has been part of what we've been preaching this morning, and we are very glad to celebrate the life of His Excellency in this area. He left a legacy of not accumulating wealth, and I think it is being emulated in Tanzania, going by the messages or the words we hear about the leadership of Tanzania. We really appreciate. Thank you. I'll take this opportunity now to invite Ambassador Yahya to join us for a plenary session. Ambassador, you're most welcome. So thank you. I would like to thank the audience for listening in. And we've all been quiet, meaning that we've been internalizing a lot. And each time we heard a new speaker speak, we were yearning to listen to more. That is how I was feeling. I'm sure you're grappling with so many issues in there, either questions or observations, comments, compliments, and so on and so forth. So I would like to take this opportunity now to invite you, people who have been listening to these very insightful words about the legacy of His Excellency, to say something. Thank you so much. First, I'll recognize Professor John Francis Mugisha, the former Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University, Uganda. He has put up his hand first. We also celebrate your legacy because you're the one who started this. Thank you so much. Prof. Mugisha, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. You can imagine how happy I am that this is continuing without my participation in the arrangements. Thank you. I want to read two things. I saw it's a bit of a deviation from what we've been doing. One is from the Bible, Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. It says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." Having worked with President Benjamin Mkapa as my chancellor and very closely with him and Mama and Mkapa. I think he was an epitome of purity of the heart. Purity of the heart. Humility, respect for everyone, goodness of intention all the time and for everybody. And another one, I could pick it from the ayat 532 from the Islamic faith, because one time he made that kind of remark. He said, good things always start with a step. Just help one person, and then another one, and another one. You know, there is a scripture which says, even though you shall save only one soul, it will be credited to you as though you have saved the soul of entire humankind. He always wanted to do good and to start with one person, even if for one person, because he's always believed that it would have a multiplier effect. Now, let me go to something that the keynote speaker touched on, but in the context of Tanzania and the other countries. Now, there are specifics in a number of countries, and that's structural adjustment programs. The structural adjustment programs, excellencies, distinguished guests. I was also a student at the university like Dr. Alice Wabule. It was a complete mess in a number of countries. Many political actors privatized state enterprises to themselves. I was studying political economy at that time. And so when we went through the exercise, it was people in the government, their relatives and friends in a number of countries who actually had bought, some without even paying, the privatized enterprises. And some of you know what I'm talking about, who have read contemporary political economy. In Tanzania, this couldn't happen under President Benjamin Mkapa. In fact, even in his own book, he says he did not believe that people in public service should accumulate a lot of wealth and engage in business. Then they should leave public service and go into business. I think this was unique in a number of countries in this region and in Africa where there was implementation of the structural adjustment programs around the same time. And maybe let me stop with this. I want to talk about political tolerance and politics of civilization. We are in a region and in a continent where your competitors are actually your enemies, even within your own political party. Your competitors are actually your enemies in most of African countries. We are informed that within his own party, his competitor eventually was appointed a member of cabinet and appointed the Minister of Foreign Affairs and eventually would succeed him as a president. It's only in Tanzania. Let's give it to His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. So there is a lot that we can learn. I will not end without talking about family. In Uganda, we know President Benjamin Mkapa as a man of family and family values. Actually, each time I was going to meet with him, he would say, "Are you coming with your wife? I hope you are not forgetting to come with your wife." And now it has become a kind of tradition. Even after his departure, I am still going with my wife. Thanks to the culture that was initially enforced, by the way, because he said, "I hope you are coming with your wife." But eventually I have realized what a good thing it is actually to go with your wife. He said, "Never speak without research. You have only a right of speech, but not an obligation to speak. Whatever you say without research can be used against you." I wish we had time. I want to say thank you to Cavendish University, Uganda, for continuing this legacy even before I have left, and doing it even much better than when I was at the center of the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Joram Kumbi, Country Coordinator of Africa Youth Leadership Forum. First of all, I would love to appreciate the previous speakers. And thank you very much for your presentations, so informative. When Benjamin William Mkapa was leading the country, I was very young in age and in spirit. I did not know so much about him. But when I came to read his book, My Purpose, My Life, My Purpose, a Tanzanian President Remembers, I came to realize he was such a very great man. And as a country, Tanzania, we are truly blessed to have a person like Benjamin William Mkapa. And he came at a very right time. We needed someone like him at that particular moment. People like Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere and Hassan Mwinyi, may their soul rest in peace. They belong to a very different generation. And according to me, I feel like they were in the Moses' generation. They delivered us from slavery and colonialism. And at a moment when we needed someone to lead the country to another level, to another dimension, Benjamin William Mkapa came. And to me, Benjamin William Mkapa, in my own understanding and interacting with the great leaders of this nation, he belonged to another generation, the Joshua's generation, to take Tanzania to the promised land. And when you read about Benjamin Mkapa, something comes very clear. He was a visionary leader. He developed something called Vision 2025. Hatukuwa na dira ya taifa kabla ya Benjamin William Mkapa. Tulikuwa tayari tuna utambulisho wa identity, lakini hatukuwa na dira. Na Afrika Mashariki akaleta dira inaitwa Vision 2025. Ndugu zetu wa Kenya wakaona ni mpango mzuri, wakaja na Vision 2030. Wa Uganda pia wakaamka, wakaja na Vision 2040. Kwa sababu mtu mmoja aliwaza, we cannot lead a country without a vision. Akaona pia we do not have strong institutions. How can we get to the promised land? We do not have institutions. And then he came with different kind of institution and regulatory agencies. Na yeye alikuwa anaitwa Mr. Clean Regulatory Agencies. Mkapa amefanya hiyo kazi. Mkapa amekuta nchi inadaiwa madeni makubwa. Inadaiwa dola za Kimarekani bilioni 7. Yeye anapenda sana maskini mtu yule. Akafanya aliyoweza kufanya through international diplomacy, akapunguza deni la nchi likafika bilioni 4, tukasamehewa bilioni 3. Anampigia simu Mwalimu Nyerere. Mwalimu Nyerere wakati huo hali yake ya kiafya si njema, lakini anampigia simu anamwambia, baba tumesamehewa deni. Anamwambia, Mr. Ben umefanikiwa. Haamini macho yake. IMF, World Bank, Mkapa ameshusha deni la nchi. Hakukuwa na kiongozi katika nchi yetu ambaye alifanikiwa kushusha deni la nchi, lakini Benjamin William Mkapa amefanya ile kazi. That's why I'm saying he belonged to another generation. He was a Joshua, eagering and desiring to take Tanzania to the promised land. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, there's another.
Thank you. As Mama Mulamula said, we have to do this. So my name is Dilet Innocent Mbele. I'm a teacher, but also author, and I'm a student at Cavendish University. And so I'm doing my master's degree there, and I'm living in Dodoma, and I had to travel the whole night to reach here. So I came this morning in honor of Benjamin Mkapa, and also to respect and recognize what the university has done to our great man. Because, and also I see someone from UDOM there. I hope we will also do the same to Benjamin Mkapa. This is what he deserves. And these from Uganda have taught us a lesson that we have to do something more to our president. He deserves more. And sometimes, because as I know him, he was, we have leaders who talk more and more and doing less. But he was someone who talked, and someone said he walked the talk. And he also sometimes liked to keep quiet, even if you can talk bad about him. And he can know what you're saying is not true, and he can keep quiet and let you say what you say. So, and if we if we don't give chance, and if we don't prepare even like this for him, and we, the young generation, we may not get to know him well. As my friend was saying, when Benjamin was the president, I was also very young. But I learned a lot from him. When he was leading the country, I was in primary. Then when he was finishing, I was in secondary. But the way how he was behaving like a leader, how he was leading the country and introducing the country, opening the country, he impacted me a lot. And even I joined Cavendish University because of him. Just knowing that he's the chancellor there, that would make me join. That only.
Thank you.
That only. I had
Thank you so much.
That is the thing. So, what is his legacy from my perspective is that in Tanzania here, maybe for Ugandans may not know, in Tanzania here, we had what we call, I think, head tax. People had to pay tax. And I was so young, and I used to see people are running from those called, I think he called Mgambo. They were running. People were running from their families because they didn't pay tax. Everyone, I think above 18, was supposed to pay tax. And it was a critical, very bad disaster. Because I can remember how these people, sometimes those local police officers who were called Mgambo, they were mistreating the citizen. And Benjamin Mkapa is the one who said this thing has to end. He said no more tax for citizens. And I remember even that day, how even the member of parliament in the parliament were celebrating. But they say even before that, he was the one who was starting the movement. We should stop it, even since when he was a journalist. So that is one of the things I think the local people, the normal citizen people, will always remember Mzee Mkapa. But we in Tanzania, we have in Africa also, one of the biggest problems we have is the diseases, and especially HIV. But Benjamin Mkapa is one who has laid a foundation to fight HIV. Even we are talking about starting institution, I think even the National Agency of Fight Against HIV was started by Benjamin Mkapa. That is TACAIDS was started by Benjamin Mkapa. So that is another thing he did, and this is because of the love for him, for his people. But I recognize him also as independent thinker. he had a lesson to all leaders that we should think independently. We should not lead the countries by being influenced by people from outside. People from outside should not, they can give us advice. I remember one time after election, and he said that after those election observers have said many things about the election, he said, what they advised us, we have received. But what they have ordered us, we have rejected. We cannot do it. So he was firm on his decision because also he was independent thinker. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank those who organized this important memorial lecture. I would also like to appreciate all the contributions that have been made this morning about the late president. I think we can spend many, many days extolling his wisdom, his courage, and so on, and we will still not exhaust the greatness of the man, his ideas, and so on. But I like in the process, in the oh, right, okay. But I'd like to state something that will perhaps be slightly different from this trend of a discussion. In his book, the late president said that one of his regrets was the wholesale privatization of state assets, parastatals and so on. He was the president who did the most in privatization of the public assets. And he regretted that in his life, and he stated in his book. Now, while we talk about private sector development, let us also not be carried away and think this is the only way. Because we also know what it means in certain contexts, and structural adjustment was exactly what it meant to create fake private sector development, which was only really selling the private assets, creating a small bourgeoisie which used their position to exploit the country even more. Now, there seemed to be a new wave of privatization. And this new wave, in my opinion, is even more dangerous than the first one, because this is about the most critical asset, which is land. I should ask, maybe bring the attention of this gathering to think also about the president's regret of wholesale privatization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll give chance to only 3 and every person only 2 minutes, because we would love to talk and talk and talk. We cannot exhaust because of the love that we have for the late His Excellency.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored and happy to be in this house. My name is Catherine Limo, a second-year student at Water Institute. As we have seen the Mkapa's contribution on regional cooperation, I would love to ask, how can education institute like Cavendish University honor Mkapa's legacy by promoting values of leadership, integrity, and regional cooperation among the youth? Thank you very much. My question is to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Shikamoni tena. My name's Irene African from TIA, Tanzania Institute of Accountancy. So regarding this session, I have some few questions. I appreciate the effort that Benjamin William Mkapa has left for us, but what are the lessons that the current leaders of today can learn and copy from him regarding his leadership style? My other question is, from the book of My Life, My Purpose, the research has been observed that Mkapa has managed to decrease the debt of Tanzania in like 3.6%. What does the current leadership fail to attain so? Amen.
Thank you for those beautiful questions. The last, let's first finish with these three. Then
Thank you very much.
If there's time is when we can allow.
I would like to appreciate the presence of our guest of honor and all the keynote and previous speakers. My name is Nirali Solanki. I'm the Vice President of the Student Government University of Dar es Salaam. Without using a lot of time, my question is directed to Ambassador Mulamula. As a nation, how can we maintain the status quo of providing the private sector with growth possibilities through the use of diplomacy while protecting the nation's resources and keeping the government in control without compromising? Tunawezaje kuendelea kuwa na ile endeleo private sector bila kucompromise natural resources? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I will give opportunity to the people, the panelists, to first respond to those questions by the future leaders before we proceed to another session. Please, no specific order. Perhaps I can start with Ambassador. Okay, with Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me tackle the last one relating to forging development and growth without compromising resources. If I may recall, in many of the late president's engagements, one of the many things that he was striving to make in his engagement, he was steadfast in making sure that so-called investors are not coming in and take what belongs to us. And you will note him, this line of thought in most of his speeches, as well as in his engagements and writings. He was a believer, number one, of local content. That whatever investors are coming to do, it should actually incorporate the local participation of Tanzanian. That way, you'll actually be able to create growth rather than people coming in, landing, making value out of it, and go away and leave you as an impoverished population. These are some of the things that he championed greatly. And of course, because of time, I could not touch in an itemized manner some of the contribution that he did, especially in forging the local private sector. It's important that you grow your local private sector to the extent that it becomes a player with whoever that is coming in, so that growth is internalized. This is actually what he believed in and he championed. If you recall, one of the programs started was BEST. I think it used to be called BEST, an initiative to facilitate the local private sector to really become a private sector, rather than people who were tooting around at that time, calling themselves business people, while actually just happening in briefcases. Thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Ambassador Yaya has taken my question and responded, but I really wanted to inform the student that before he left office, President Mkapa launched our foreign policy 2004 with a focus on economic diplomacy. So if you have heard that now diplomacy for Tanzania has taken an economic dimension, was to make sure that our diplomats, our ambassadors, they play a role in contributing to the country's economic transformation and development. But alluding to your question, because if you invite foreign investment, as one of our presidents, I think was President Karume said, Mwinyi said, when you open the window, then you can't stop the mosquitoes and others coming in. But then, because you are saying our ambassadors are well placed to do due diligence to the companies that we invite. And I must say, of course, as far as, at least I don't know, but we have played a big role in ensuring that whoever comes in has been vetted. It's not easy because we are dealing with multinational companies. It's not very easy. But in his speech, when he was launching the economic diplomacy as a thrust of our foreign policy, he said to continue being relevant diplomats, we have to respond and devoting time and energy than ever before to economic issues and to the creation of favorable environment for trade and investment between, this is where the emphasis is put, between, you create favorable environment between the sending, whoever is sending, whether investment money, but also the receiving state. So this was also to take care of what you have mentioned, how do we protect ourselves? That I think together with what Ambassador Yaya has responded will help you write a paper on this. It's very important. Take it on economic diplomacy. What does it mean? But one, I don't know, there's one who asked about what can our current leaders take from President Mkapa. I think our youth said it very well. Leadership with humility, leadership that is not defined in terms of accumulated wealth, but more important, leading by example and walking the talk. I think those were very good values that President Mkapa brought to our leadership institution. And of course, as a top diplomat, he had the best values of listening and balancing between negotiations and empathy. He cared a lot about people, putting people first in whatever, whether it's signing agreements, negotiation, peace treaty, agreements, it was people first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Sorry, just to add on what my colleague have said, especially on what our leaders can learn. I think Mzee wetu pale has said, especially in the area of privatization, it should not be a wholesale, like what he pointed, and he already in the book of our former president highlighted. So those areas that he has shown, there was some weakness. Those are a learning place as well, not only about what we hear or what we see. So there is important area that our leaders currently that can learn from what happened previously. But also to add on the rules of my vice president, the issue of compromising growth without compromising the resource. One thing we need to understand is majority of our resources are non-renewable, they're depletable. So one day they'll disappear because as being extracted, the day won't find. So the important point now is how do we reinvest the gains from these resources in terms of infrastructure, health, education. If we have skilled labor, well-trained personnel, health, it means they can replace the depleted resources. So this is what we need to fight to make sure that whatever is extracted, because these resources, they'll disappear, is invested somewhere else, especially in skill and health. And infrastructure. That's the area we need to put. And currently, I think majority of this agreement, I think the country is taking about 25% of the investment share. It's not again like previous, it was just everything is owned by the foreign investment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. There was a specific question to Cavendish University, Uganda. I'll invite our executive director, Mutavanura, to come and say something about promotion of integrity, leadership, and training.
Thank you very much for that important question on ethics, integrity. Part of our roles as universities is not just to promote teaching and learning, but also the promotion of useful, civilized citizens. And I think ethics and integrity is very, very integral to that. Our mission as a university is to inspire and transform our students to reach their full potential in employment, in entrepreneurship, and in ethical leadership. So it means that we have a duty as an institution to promote ethical leadership. What we are doing at the moment is we are having sessions on ethics. In fact, we are leveraging some of our networks. Like one of the sessions was facilitated by the Vice Chancellor of Strathmore University, Dr. Ogutu, who is here with us. He's an expert on ethics. He can tell you many aspects about ethics. And so those kinds of sessions help our students to understand how they can live ethically in the world that they are going to be launched in. We also have modeling as university leaders. We model ethics. We correct ourselves, we correct others, and we walk the talk. That is why our former Vice Chancellor has told you he has traveled with his wife. It is a way of modeling. It's a way of modeling, you know, good practice. I'm sure you read many stories about how people view the family differently, but that is an example of just modeling. We have at Cavendish what we call career coaches. These are students who are taught, they go through a structured session to learn how to help other students on various aspects of career, but also including the ethical dimension of life. So, you know, peer coaching, peer mentoring even, is another route that we are exploring because we realize students easily listen to their colleague students even more than to us as teachers. We have community engagement initiatives, where we undertake participation in community activities, but we are in the process of introducing some kind of credit earning community engagement, where every student is required to clock in certain hours doing something that can help the community, because we know that among the traits that will be developed are, empathy, accountability, responsibility, team working, all sorts of things that relate with ethics, with integrity. And finally, we are a member of the Education Collaborative, which is a Pan-African consortium of institutions, higher educational institutions, that have one of their goals as ethical leadership. And we hope to gain from those experts, share our own experiences, and promote ethics together within the higher education environment in Africa. Thank you. I hope that answers you.
Thank you so much, David. There was a question on how the current leadership can mitigate dates. Perhaps, Professor, you can help respond to that question.
Okay, let me try. Okay, I think reducing debt may not be an issue. The question is, how do we accumulate that debt? Because there's no country in the world that can avoid debt. Even those developed countries, they have even more debt when taking percentage of their GDP. So debt, I believe, will accumulate, but the important question to focus, why are we accumulating it? Why are we creating more debt? If we create debt for infrastructure development, for energy development activities, because from there we are generating. You should not create debt to increase salaries or other benefits that are not productive. So if debt is going to the productive area, hydropower generation, water, infrastructure, road, that one cannot be avoided, because debt should go to the product, so to reproduce. You may have money, but you borrow because your money want to solve short-term problems. So you can borrow for long-term investment. So I think that we should not be worried why debt, but we should be worried that debt we are taking, where is it going to be allocated? That's important.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Yeah. Maybe one other thing that is very important, and from the late president, our forerunner, our father, ukikopa lipa. When you borrow, pay, because if you borrow for a purpose, you'll be able to pay. If you borrow without a purpose, that's why you'll accumulate debt and you don't pay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Borrow for a purpose and pay. It is an aspect of integrity, trust, and so on. There were only two hands, burning ones. Only those two. Then other discussions will continue through that day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is just minor. I'm very happy to see the DVC research and academic from UDOM is here, and then we are having this memorial lecture organized by Cavendish University. It is a tale of two cities, Kampala and Dodoma. And President Mkapa was the chancellor of these two universities. I would like to see in the future the cross-pollination of research and joint lectures, memorial lecture like this one, organized by these two universities. Because Mkapa, that will be Mkapa's legacy. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that advice.
Habari ya asubuhi. First of all, I'm sorry I came late because I got the information very late. My name is Richard Ikasesela. I'm a member of the National Executive Committee of Chama cha Mapinduzi. And I'm very honored to be here. Let me start with unsaid about my great man, Benjamin William Mkapa. One of the things which we have never said before, he's the only person who rescued Chama cha Mapinduzi not to break in 2015. People have never said this because there was a tug of war of leadership, and this man came. He stood there and looked at us and said, "You guys, are you stupid?" And everybody was like, whoever does not want to be part and parcel of this decision should walk out. And everybody was sitting like frozen in a seat. And we rescued and got John Pombe Magufuli as a president. It was a very difficult situation. This is unsaid. The second unsaid, Mama will confirm with me. I won't mention the country. There was a trip abroad. Usual Mama, when she traveled, she was traveling with the EOTF team. And then we reached to this country, and the ambassador received the presidential delegation all the way to the hotel. And His Excellency looks back and says, "Where are the mothers and we came with? Where are they?" And the ambassador said, "They are still at the airport." And the president said, "When in Pumbav." You must make sure these people get accommodation. Those are Tanzanians I came with. You're picking me as a president, and you're leaving my people who gave me vote. So I will always remember that. It's very rare to find a president remembering the delegation he came with, which are just normal delegation. This is unsaid. The third unsaid is about myself. I was privileged to meet him two to 3 weeks before passing. He came to Iringa. I was then the district commissioner, so I was hosting him and Mama. And he told me, in some of the conversation, one of the conversation I still remember, he said, "What fails our nation is discipline. We don't have discipline." And he said, "You leaders, if you want to succeed in anything you do, you must maintain discipline on whatever you do." So this actually is still with me. And I remember I gave him my book, which I don't know when it's going to come. He said he's going to read. And he signed the copy of his book to me. This is what excellent leaders we have. There are another unsaid, and I'm going to say it here. President Mkapa, he never, ever encouraged his friends to be part of the government. People don't say this. One of his friends is here. The other one is Mzee Yusufu Mushi. The other one is Luhinda. Those are the great friends of Baba Ben. Lakini, they were never part and parcel of that. They were good advisors to him, but they were never part. You will never see them as ministers or whatever. Even Mzee Magani wanted to be a minister, but I say, "You are my friend, you cannot be a minister." So these are the true nature of a true good leader. This is what we miss. This is what we miss. Because if you put your friend as a minister, you cannot say, "Stop this" or "Don't do this." So to me, what we can learn a lot from His Excellency President Benjamin William Mkapa is, 1, discipline. 2, separate yourself with your friends from your role of leadership. Mimi nitaendelea kumwenzi, and I'll keep honoring him. Thank you very much for this. And I hear the ambassador has said we should combine this to make it much bigger. Because some of us, if you say come to Rotana, Rotana is a 5-star hotel, we fear of coming. So put it in somewhere where we can have a bigger conference. Sisi ni wazalendo. I'm in the plan of releasing my suits now. I'm nagawa ili nifikie kwenye uzalendo.
Thank you so much.
Nashukuru sana. Thank
the
you.
aspect of discipline. I think we appreciate so much that the students of Tanzania are really emulating this, because by 8 o'clock they were all seated. I think it is a legacy that you're building. Thank you so much. I'll call upon Ambassador Ali. He has been having his hand up, please. Ali Muchuma. Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador.
Madam Moderator, first let me thank you for giving me this chance. I'm sorry I have a problem, but you will bear with me. I want to thank the organizers of this event to have invited me to participate and enjoy the presentations which have been made by main speakers. I want to congratulate and thank Ambassador Simba and Ambassador Aziz for making such good presentations on the legacy of President Mkapa. I just wanted to add one aspect which Ambassador Yahya mentioned towards the end. This is regarding the role of the contribution of President Mkapa in international economic diplomacy. Because I happen to have been the ambassador of Tanzania to Geneva, to the permanent representative to the United Nations Organization in Geneva between 1995 to 2002. So I was there for 7 years, and most of the time it was under the presidency of President Mkapa. Of course, when I went to Geneva, the WTO had just been formed, but it was during those years after 1995 that WTO started working. And it was during that time when important negotiations were taking place within the WTO regarding the international trade regulations and rules. It was at that time that President Mkapa really provided the necessary leadership, working and talking about the needs of developing countries, and especially least developed countries. He's the one who spearheaded the concept of special and differential treatment for poorer countries in international economic diplomacy. Rather than treating everybody, all countries as equal, they should know that developing countries need special treatment. And that was during that time that President Mkapa really led our embassy to argue for LDCs, to argue for special treatment for developing countries, which now is embedded in the WTO regulations. So I want to highlight that point, that apart from what he did domestically, he made a big contribution also in international economic diplomacy at the Geneva level with regard to world trade and negotiations. And that included thinking about investments that Ambassador Simba has mentioned. The rich countries were pressing that investors should be given a free hand in investing, but we resisted that through the leadership of President Mkapa, through the embassy that I used to lead in Geneva. So I want to say that this matter must be recognized, that President Mkapa really performed wonderfully for developing countries in terms of economic diplomacy. And it was because of this that Tanzania was the first African country to be given the chairmanship of the governing council of World Trade Organization. That was because Mkapa was there leading developing countries in negotiations. And also with regard to regulations about intellectual property rights, we were demanding that developing countries should be given freer access to intellectual property, that to inventions that have been made. We shouldn't be required to pay a lot of money to get those inventions. So that is the contribution that President Mkapa has been making. And finally, after retiring, you will recall that President Mkapa was requested to be chair of the South Commission, a commission which has been speaking for the interests of developing countries, which was headed by President Nyerere in the past. Then when President Nyerere had retired, in between, the leadership of the South Commission was in very poor hands. It's the countries in the South which proposed that President Mkapa should be chairman of the South Commission. for about 5 years after the last chairman had resigned. So again, as chairman of the South Commission, President Mkapa really revived the need for the 11 countries standing together to fight for our rights. And finally, let me say that as a leader, President Mkapa believed in student and in servant leadership, that the leader should be a servant of people and not the other way around. And this concept, I think, made him put people first. And that is why I believe the last domestic legacy that I remember with fondness is the fact that he created this Benjamin Mkapa health facility, which I think is playing a very important role in supplementing government effort in health care for the people. And lastly, he was in the leadership of restoring the TASAF, economic or financial assistance to poor people. That means that President Mkapa really thought of people first to improve their lives and make life better for them. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, for sharing those very significant insights on economic diplomacy, the role that His Excellency played. We are ending, but before we end, I think yes, I understand I'm coming to you. Before we end, I also have something that I wanted to know. I understand Tanzania belongs to both East African Community and SADC, which is regional integration. You belong to do. I want to understand something about this. How is Tanzania managing to be married to two women? Thank you so much. Yeah, he's coming last. Yeah. Anyone can maybe share with us, which is very good, maybe. Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador Aziz.
Thank you very much. It's not about having two husbands, but if you remember, during the founding fathers of this continent, especially the Organization of African Unity in 1963, the prior discussion before the formation of the OAU at that time was that we should have the African unity at once. That was the philosophy of Kwame Nkrumah and others. But the school of thought of Mwalimu was that we should have regional integration first in order to build blocks to have the unity for the entire continent. So we started with the East African Community, the first one, between 67 to around 1977. And unfortunately, it collapsed. But then we had to gear up. We were at the frontline states at that time. Tanzania was the chair of the frontline states, and Mwalimu was at the helm of it. And those countries which we are supporting for independence, because the Liberation Committee headquarters was here in Dar es Salaam, those countries, after they became independence, it was formed what we call SADC with the 2 Cs. It was a conference for these countries there, just political platforms. But later, it was transformed to become an economic regional bloc. So Tanzania was a member of SADC before even the East African Community was revived for the second time. Once that one was taking shape, then the need to revive the East African Community came up. And I started with President Mwinyi. Mkapa cemented it, and we have the East African Community as we have it today. So we couldn't say, okay, SADC, bye-bye, because the philosophy was regional integration. And I think the merrier, the more, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is a relationship of trust that we've been talking about. This being a forum where integrity has been discussed now and then, and attributing it to the legacy of the man that we're celebrating, I would invite Professor Omar from the University of Strathmore to say something about leadership of integrity and professionalism as we end. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Dean, for reading my mind, because that is what exactly I wanted to speak about. Mama Shikamo, guest of honor Shikamo. I think what's happening today is so special. Cavendish, congratulations for celebrating a good man. It's not every former president who can be celebrated across different countries, and you can have a forum like this to celebrate his legacy. It's actually not normal. It's not the usual thing. And so when it happens, it's because the man lived his life differently. And I think what we need most in Africa now is role models, people who have a different style of leadership, where it's not about the glory, the flashy cars, the escorts, the bodyguards, the expensive lifestyle, the wealth. It's more about making a difference, serving people, appreciating the people who put you in that position. That is what leadership is about. And the best way to pass on that leadership is to hold it up for people to see and to celebrate it. And then it's also a good thing to say thank you, because the really, truly good leaders don't get fully appreciated. They're not appreciating themselves, they're not enriching themselves. And so when it's other people who come and celebrate them, that's the only way we can actually give back, by paying it forward, passing on the legacy. So Cavendish, congratulations, the students in the room. You can see what leadership is about. Aspire to serve, not to be glorified, not to be honored. The honor will come afterwards, and it's much better when it comes like that. But during your lifetime, just serve and serve. So thank you, Cavendish, for making this possible. A real honor to be here in front of Mama. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Professor, for ending with the remarks on integrity. Thank you so much, the audience, for the very insightful questions, remarks, compliments, but it has been more of compliments. We are proud to be associated with His Excellency, because each one of us wants to say something, what a legacy has left behind. I would like to thank so much the people who are seated before us for sharing your passionate insights about His Excellency, the late Benjamin Mkapa. Thank you so much, Ambassador Yahya. Thank you so much, Ambassador Mula Mula. Thank you so much, Professor Razak. And thank you so much, Immaculate, for your story of hope. The journey of emulating His Excellency continues. Let's not give up. Let it not just end in this room, but let it continue so that his legacy lives and lives forever. Thank you. Thank you so much for whatever we've shared in that session. We are proceeding to another session, and that is a session of listening to our guests of honor. I would like to take this opportunity to invite our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Olive Sabiti, to come forward and invite our guests of honor also to share his insights about the late His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Dr. Olive.
it is now time for us to listen to the guest of honor. And I must repeat that this guest of honor is one of a kind, at least for me from Uganda. Maybe people here are used to it. In Uganda, guest of honors don't usually come at the very start of the event. They don't even wait out the whole ceremony. So when they come in sometimes in the middle. They may not know what has taken place because they say, or it is believed, that they are very busy. But then I heard His Excellency Mulamula saying that, of course, he's very busy. So I'll tell you the kind of person who our guest of honor is. He's really very busy. Honorable Professor Palamagamba John Aiden Mwaluko Kabudi is the Minister of Constitutional and Legal Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania. His extensive career spans both academia and public service, having served as a law professor at the University of Dar es Salaam until 2017, when he was nominated as a Member of Parliament. In 2019, he became the Minister of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, a role he held until March 2021, after which he served as the Minister of Constitutional and Legal Affairs until January 2022. Professor Kabudi was assigned the role of a special advisor in the President's office for a brief period until he was reappointed to lead the Ministry of Constitution and Legal Affairs on 15th August 2024. That doesn't happen often, eh? How many people do you know who occupy one office and then after some years you come back to the same office? Professor Kabudi holds a Bachelor of Laws with first-class honors and a Master of Laws from the University of Dar es Salaam, along with a Doctorate of Law from Freie Universität Berlin. His academic tenure includes positions as Head of Department of International Law, Associate Dean, and Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Dar es Salaam. He is recognized for his extensive publications in various legal fields, and he has played a significant role in NGOs focused on environmental protection and human rights. His blend of academic excellence and political leadership positions positions him as a key figure in Tanzania's legal landscape and beyond. Why do I say that? This year, I don't remember if it was March or February, he was also a keynote speaker at the memorial lecture of Professor Ntambirechi, who is also a founder of Uganda Pentecostal University in Uganda. So he's from Tanzania, but he was the keynote speaker in Uganda. It is now my humble privilege to welcome you, Professor Kabudi, Honorable, to come and address this. Please stand up please, let's rise to. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Mama na Mkapa na familia ya Mkapa, makamu wa mkuu wa chuo cha Cavendish Uganda, waheshimiwa wote, mabalozi, marafiki wa Mheshimiwa Benjamin William Mkapa na wageni wote ambao tumealikwa katika kumbukizi hii ya Mkapa ambayo imeandaliwa na chuo kikuu cha Cavendish. Sio na wasiwasi, baada ya muda nitajaribu kuzungumza Kiingereza. Wakati naongea na Professor Olive Sabiti nilimwambia hivi, Kiswahili kilizungumzwa kwenye makao makuu ya Kabaka Mutesa kabla 85 ya Tanzania bara kuzungumza Kiswahili, kwa sababu ya uhusiano kati wa yule sultani wa Zanzibar na Kabaka Mutesa. Na ndio maana mpaka leo watu wa Kagera na Uganda vazi lao rasmi ni kanzu na koti. Na wakati mmoja tulipata ugeni wa kwaya kutoka kanisa kuu la Mtakatifu Paulo na Mirembe. Walipofika kanisa kuu la Mtakatifu Albano Dar es Salaam, tulilazimika kuwaambia waumini pale kwamba hawa sio mashehe, kwa sababu walishangaa leo mashehe hawa wamekuja kufanya nini kanisani na kundi kubwa hili na kanzu na makoti. Na Kiswahili ni lugha ya Kibantu. Kwa hiyo kama kuna jambo ambalo huwa nashangaa sana nikienda Uganda ni kwamba watu wasiokuwa Wabantu, yani Waniloti, Wacholi, Walangi, Wajapadhola kidogo ndio wanaozungumza Kiswahili. Alafu Wabantu wenyewe wenye lugha ya Kiswahili wanakwepa au wanasema najaribu kuzungumza Kiswahili. Kiswahili ni lugha ya Kibantu, kwa hiyo nilitegemea kabisa Wanyankole, Waganda, Watoro, Wachiga, hao ndio wangeongea sana Kiswahili. Lakini kwa sababu ninazozijua na sivyo niziseme, kidogo walikuwa wana sita kuongea Kiswahili. Kwa hiyo nishukuru sana kwa nafasi hii ambayo tumepewa ya kuwa wenyeji wa hafla hii au mhadhara huu muhimu ambao umejadili nafasi ya diplomasia katika kujenga taasisi, sekta binafsi na mtangamano wa kikanda. Sasa nirudi kwenye Kiingereza. I'm really humbled by what the Vice Chancellor of Cavendish University said about me. Actually, I thought that is what I was supposed to do, to be here from the beginning of to come here half an hour before and wait for others to come. So I'm so humbled. And equally, I'm so humbled that I, who do not really deserve it, to use the biblical language, that I have served in this ministry now. This is my third time. Actually, before I became Minister for Foreign Affairs, and here actually we don't say Minister of, because it is not your ministry. This is why in Tanzania we say Minister for. It means it belongs to someone. Of, it means it is you. So here we don't say Minister of, it's Minister for. It's not yours. It's not your entitlement. It's not your right. Yeah. So I'm Minister for Constitutional Legal Affairs. This is the third time. So I'm so humbled to be in that ministry for the third time. And now it has also enabled me to be part of this. And when I was listening to my good friends from Uganda, always they're struggling. Republic of Tanzania, and then they remember it is the United Republic of Tanzania. And let me say, because we are teaching international relations and diplomatic studies, the United Republic of Tanzania is a proper name. So when you say the United Republic, it's not an adjective, like the Republic of Uganda, the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Zambia. Here it is a proper name. And this is why in the UN list, we are listed after Uganda, because the letter of Uganda is UG, and our letter is UN. And this is why this country is honored always to sit between the United States, the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Northern Ireland, and the United States of America. And sometimes in most of this EAC meeting, people were asking, why Tanzania talks about after Uganda? Why Tanzania is always the last? And then we had to remind them, this is the protocol of international relations. We are United Republic. So you start with Burundi, because it is B, which follows. Go the letters, and then you go to Uganda is UG. We are UN. And this is why always we speak last, not because we have nothing to talk, or not because we are reluctant to talk, but that is because it is the protocol. And always it gives Tanzania the advantage of wisdom. You know, when you listen to many people, at the end of the day, when you synthesize, you're the most wise than those who spoke first. So because you are teaching international relations and diplomatic studies, that also should be one of issues to emphasize to your students of international relations and the diplomatic studies. Indeed, I'm honored to stand before you all, and I see here a lot of my elder brothers. If I started mentioning them, it will take 1 or 2 hours. The Mchumos, the Goyas, Makola Majogo. And actually yesterday, because of time, I was about to say something which Sokoine said about you. And in making you be one of the effective ministers when you are still a junior minister, and he thought this one needs to be, yeah. So I'm happy to see you and a fellow lawyer from the Faculty of Law of the University of Dar es Salaam, the first in East Africa, and many people, but also my dearest sister, Liberata, my good brother here, Sefue. We suffer perhaps from the same disease known as bibliophilia. Bibliophilia is the excessive love of books. And all of you, but also the young generation. The young generation. And I was so much delighted to see the young generation of East Africans here contributing boldly with confidence. That gives us hope that the day when we ascend to another world, the world we live will still have people who make it vibrant and moving. So your presence today is a testament to enduring legacy of Benjamin Mkapa to all of us. And as we celebrate the legacy of His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa, a leader whose influence continues to shape our present and future, I'm reminded that also I was a journalist. And actually, when I joined journalism, at that time, President Mkapa was the director of the Tanzania News Agency, Shihata. And among the young journalists who were working with him was Dr. Harrison George Mwakiembe, my contemporary. So from time to time, we would meet. But I worked for a newspaper which he had founded, Uhuru. Before that, it was Uhuru and Nationalist. And then he moved to the Daily News. And what we admired about President Mkapa was his elegancy in language, both English and Swahili. So he inspired us a lot also in journalism. And that remains to today. If you read Mkapa's books, you really not gain only the information and the content, but also the elegance of the language. And I was reading the memoir, one of the third volume of the memoir by Ngugi wa Thiong'o, because Ngugi wa Thiong'o is a contemporary of Mkapa at Makerere. And he was talking about the contest between the hoes. I think Mkapa was, Ngugi wa Thiong'o was in Twindi, North Court somewhere, and there was always a contest between the hoes in making drama or like something. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o narrates how he was defeated in English, or how they lost in English to Mkapa and one of his colleagues, I think Kihara, if I remember very much. So you can see even at Makerere, if Mkapa had English to be able to win a contest vis-a-vis James Ngugi, or today Ngugi wa Thiong'o, so you know how good it is. And actually, for those who went to Makerere, they know he was among the students who did double honors. And here, when you talk about double honors, people don't know that actually in those days at Makerere, you take 3 subjects. If you are, you'll only be allowed to do an honors degree, which means you take only 1 subject. If really the professors know that you are bright, If you're not bright, you're advised to take 3 subjects so that you are able, at the end of the day, to get your degree and go home. But Mkapa was among the few who was allowed to do a double honors, which means he went only for 1 subject because they were sure he'll be able to pass. And he passed it with honors. So when I was reading and these are the things I'm saying, he was very humble or imbued with humility, but we need to recognize that. So it is a privilege to address this gathering where we celebrate the life of a great statesman and the ideals he upheld. These values continue to shape our region and continent. And the Benjamin William Mkapa Memorial Lecture holds a special place in our hearts, and it allows us to reflect on the leadership and vision of a man whose impact transcended Tanzania's borders. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to the management and staff of the Cavendish University, Uganda, for organizing this important event. I've been informed that this lecture follows 2 previous ones held in November 2022 and 23 in Kampala, Uganda. And I want to believe at one stage it will also be held in Dodoma, taking a clue from Ambassador Mlima. This year's lecture in particular is particularly significant as it is being held here in Tanzania by a Ugandan university for the first time. I want to express my deep appreciation to Cavendish University, Uganda, for this thoughtful decision to bring the lecture to Dar es Salaam. It is a powerful tribute to the man we honor today and a symbol of the close regional ties that Mkapa worked tirelessly to strengthen. And sometimes we forget that Mkapa was also a member of the former East African community. He was a member of the East African Legislative Assembly. And to go through the Hansards, you see how East African he was. Today, as we continue honoring his legacy, I acknowledge the insightful keynote presentation from my good brother. And really, when I was listening to the lecture, I said at the end of it, I'll request a copy because it reminded us, some of those issues which we witnessed. Professor Gerard Helena, after the Kagera War, we don't want to call it the Uganda War, after the Kagera War, which we spent almost more than $5 million US. And it depleted our reserves, and the economic condition was not that good. We started with what was said to be miezi 18 ya kufunga mkanda, 18 months of tightening the belt, but the situation did not improve, and there were several attempts. And among the attempts was, I think, before Helena, I think it was the National Economic Survival Plan, the NESP. The National Economic Survival Plan, twice, NESP 1 and 2 didn't work. Then Professor Gerard Helena, one of the close friends of Mwalimu from Canada, who taught also at the University of Dar es Salaam, was brought in and came with the Helena report. And today, it was very refreshing again to have someone going back to the Helena report and what he proposed for economic recovery of Tanzania. It was not given full support by the powers that be, because at that time, the Bretton Woods institutions, their aim was the SAPs, the strategic, structural adjustment programs. So for us, we say SAP means supplementary, which means actually they had failed the exam of Gerard Helena, and now we are doing supplementaries, known as structural adjustment programs. So it was really refreshing. And I think this type of lectures needs to be done regularly so that we remind ourselves of how the situation was. And we should also acknowledge that Mkapa became president in Tanzania at a very critical stage of our development. Amir Habib Jamal, whose now papers and documents are housed in the Makerere Institute of Social Research, called the phase between 1961 to 1968 as the critical phase in Tanzania. Critical phase in Tanzania. But I want to say also there was another critical phase in Tanzania, and this is when Benjamin William Mkapa served as president. And we have seen, indeed, mistakes were done, and he has been very honest to acknowledge them in his memoir. But the enduring legacy of Mkapa to Tanzania was institution building. Institution building. Most of the institutions which we have today were built during his time. And we need to say that actually we are where we are because those institutions are working. Despite some of the shortcomings and challenges, those institutions are working. And another thing which he did was encouraging the private sector. Encouraging the private sector. So when the topic today, including private sector, this is one of the legacies of Benjamin Mkapa, and how the private sector featured in Tanzania is something we can continue to discuss, but let us accept that there was no any other alternative except to go that route. And we indeed, really, we need to develop our private sector and develop our private sector in productive services, in production services, in the productive sector. We need to do it in the productive sector. And we don't need to be ashamed to say that now we need also to build our own national capitalist. I think the problem was with the comprador bourgeoisie, if I use the language of the time, which Bugoya can understand, but the rest may not understand, which Mchumo can understand, having been part of the lecturers at the Kivukoni Ideological College. The problem, we confuse between the national capitalist or the national bourgeoisie and the comprador bourgeoisie. What were not needed in this country were the comprador bourgeoisie, but not the national bourgeoisie. We need to have now, I don't even want to use the bourgeoisie, I say we need to build our own national capitalist. And when I say national capitalists are patriotic to their, and matriotic to their country, because they produce in the country, and whatever they earn remains in the country and is reinvested in the country. So we need to continue with these kind of debates. What kind of national capitalist we need to build in our countries, without forgetting the social aspects. And this is why the model I always tease in some of my presentation is that perhaps we need to go the German route of developing capitalism, or the Nordic countries route. We talked about the market, free market economy. There's no market which is free. Once you go for free market economy, and I don't want to go to economics, that is not my field, although in first year I had time to attend all the lectures in EC 101, the theories under Dr. Amerudi, to the extent that the colleagues thought I was doing economics, but I enjoyed attending that lectures, and they helped me to do very well in development studies. No, I don't want to say we need to go to that, but social market economy means it's a market which is regulated also to respond to social needs of that country. And the challenge we had when we liberalized before establishing regulatory authorities. The Fair Competition Commission, the regulatory authorities like TCRI for communication, for water utilities, and they were created or established after already we had gone in privatization throttle, front-end throttle. So we need also to do that in honor of Mkapa. So as the Chancellor, he guided Convention University of Uganda towards fulfilling its mission of producing ethical leaders and the professionals who contribute to regional and global development. His belief in the power of education to transform lives and societies is the legacy that Convention University of Uganda continues to carry forward. This year's lecture is a testimony to that. Reflecting on the leadership of His Excellency Mkapa reminds me of the words of Napoleon Bonaparte, who said, "A leader is a dealer in hope." A leader gives hope no matter how desperate the situation is. And that is how Tanzania was when he became president. This quote perfectly encapsulates the late Mkapa's journey, who began his career as an administrator immediately after graduating from Makerere in Dodoma, a place where I have spent much of my life, and a journalist, and eventually rising to the highest office in Tanzania because the people saw in him someone who could bring hope and offer real solutions to their challenges. In a rapidly modernizing world, let Mkapa navigated the complexities of global competition, technological advancements, and societal changes, all while building sustainable institutions that would endure beyond his tenure. One of Mkapa's greatest strengths was combining diplomacy and practical action. He did not just theorize about problems, he solved them through concrete initiatives. Among his many achievements was the establishment of the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation, which has profoundly impacted Tanzania's healthcare system by addressing critical workforce shortages, especially in rural areas. Through his vision, this foundation partnered with institutions like Cavendish University, Uganda, contributing to the education of over 200 Tanzanians, a number of whom are in this room today, including Madame Mawala. Yeah. His Excellency Mkapa also understood that the future of Tanzania and Africa lay in a robust private sector. And during his presidency, he introduced policies that fine-tuned the economy, encouraged investment, and built institutions such as the Tanzania Investment Center. We've been told here about TAN roads, the Bima ya Afya. What is Bima ya Afya in English? You know, now I talk much more Swahili in my constituents to the extent that now I forget what is Bima ya Afya. What is it? National Health Insurance. You know, I'm addressing public rally, and after here I'm flying to Mbeya, where for the whole week I'll be addressing public rallies in Mbeya. So my thinking is in Swahili. Bima ya Afya is National Health Insurance. And these initiatives have laid the groundwork for the economic stability and private sector growth that Tanzania enjoys today. Mkapa, if you read another book by Philip Ochieng, I Accuse the Place, he says actually Mkapa was a staunch advocate of Mwalimu Nyerere's policies of socialism and self-reliance, uhuru na ujamaa na kujitegemea, and worked tirelessly to ensure that Tanzania's economic development was inclusive when he became president. And his leadership in liberalizing the economy while maintaining ethos of collective responsibility helped to create a business environment that welcomed investment but not neglect the needs of ordinary citizens. And lucky enough, as I said, he has written all that in his memoir. On the diplomatic front, a lot has been said by Ambassador Lima, but Mkapa played a pivotal role in mediating conflicts and fostering peace within East Africa. And one of it was peace in Burundi. And this happened when I was already in the cabinet and had the privilege of attending the summit's meeting of the president, accompanying President Magufuli at that time. So I know when Mkapa was appointed to be part of the Burundi negotiations, and I know when he presented his reports, always Dr. Malima reminds me, as much as an academic, you're not free to say anything, to say everything. So I will end there. So I know even the report and how he presented it about Burundi. But we are all happy to know that Burundi is a member of the East African community, and Burundi is doing fine now as part of the East African family. And he was actually, as it has been said, part of those who revived the East African community again. You know, the old East African community collapsed acrimoniously in 1977, where even Tanzania was compelled to close the border with Kenya, which was a very, very serious action. And actually, many people were surprised, and that was Mwalimu, a Pan-Africanist, an East African to the core, but on matters of principle, he did not hesitate to take actions which many people did not expect him to take. And one of them was closing the border with Kenya in 5th of February 1977, when he did not approve what had been done by people in the same family doing actions which were sabotaging each other. And we all know, after the collapse of the East African community, there was the Victor Umbrich Commission, which came out with the mediation report on the sharing or distribution of liabilities and assets of the defunct East African community. And they came out with the report. And in that report, everything was distributed. And the list, who got the list was Uganda. They had few tangible assets to the East African community. The railway, Tanzania only got one plane. The rest were retained by a country which now, learning from the diplomats here, I'm not supposed to say too much about it. But interestingly, still in the Umbrich report, and I had the privilege of, few will know that actually in 1984, for 3 months, I did a course in diplomacy in Egypt at the Institute of Diplomacy, Diplomatic Institute. And because it was a 3-month course, we got high-profile instructors. Boutros Ghali, who was then Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. They had a Minister for Foreign Affairs and then the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Boutros Ghali, taught us about political work. But Victor Umbrich came and gave lectures on mediation. And his example of mediation was the East African community. And in that report, there are 3 institutions which remained to be shared. And they all were in Uganda. All were in Uganda. The East African Development Bank, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, and the Soroti Flying School. So let us give credit to Uganda that despite the collapse of the East African community in 1977 acrimoniously, but it retained some of the institutions which remained being shared by East Africa until, again, the East African community was revived in 2000. And Mkapa played a very, very, very critical role, as it was narrated here by Ambassador Liberata Muramula and others. It was not easy. As I said, the breakup was acrimonious. And this is why people don't know why the current treaty of the East African community is a framework treaty, because there was no trust. We said, let us agree on the general principles, and then for each stage we must negotiate protocols, because there was no trust. There was no trust. But secondly, now no more collective projects. Each country will implement projects in her own territory, so that if it collapses again, no more liabilities and assets. You pay what was built in your state. So people don't understand why we went there. But slowly, trust has been built. Slowly, trust has been built. And let me say, the generation of the Bugoyas and the Mchumos were very anxious to see, is it going to survive another 10 years? So now it has survived more than 10 years, which means it is going to endure to eternity. So it was not easy. It was not easy, and let us acknowledge that. And President Mkapa, in his article, Africa will rise if we do it well, laid out strategies for promoting economic growth and regional cooperation, particularly in response to global challenges like climate change and pandemics. He had a clear vision for how African nations could come together to address shared challenges, and a forward-thinking, inclusive approach always marked his leadership. And if you read his last chapter in the memoirs, he's complaining that we are slow in this. We are slow in integration. And that means actually he was passionate for what he wished to be achieved in Africa. So and this is why when the question was asked about Tanzania being in SADC and the EAC, I said, the more we have is better, because what we want at the end of the day is the integration of Africa. It's the integration of Africa. We don't ask Uganda, why are you in COMESA? But why are they asking, why are you in SADC? We don't ask anybody, why are you in IGAD? So, and I'm saying this because read again the speeches of Mwalimu. I think it might be in the second volume of Mwalimu. He has a very good article. Very good article. Very good article, and an angry article for that way, where he say Tanzania wrongly accused. When Tanzania was being accused that it is going against the East African community, when it insisted in distribution of the headquarters of some of the institutions of EAC. This is why Tanzania now became the headquarters of the East African Harbour. It was known as the East African Harbour, the East African Harbour, Red Wind Harbors. So Tanzania wrongly accused. So even in this issue of why we are in SADC, again Tanzania is being wrongly accused. Because others are in IGAD, others are in COMESA. But at the end of the day, what we need is the integration of Africa. And one of the ways we are going to achieve that is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We are less enthusiastic about that. And I support the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. That is the way now to go. From the free continental area, we go to the next stage, which is the customs, the Africa Customs Union. And then let us go to the another stage, the African Common Market. And finally, monetary union. So let us not spend much time in COMESA, IGAD, SADC. These will be irrelevant when at the end of the day we achieve the bigger picture, which is Africa. And that is what you see when you read this article by Mkapa on Africa will rise if we do it well. At Cavendish University, Uganda, Mkapa's leadership transformed the institution by fostering a culture of dialogue, cooperation, and a collective vision. He understood the unique challenges private universities face. He worked to ensure that Cavendish University became a technology-driven, student-centered institution that prepares graduates for the demands of the modern world. The university mission to inspire students to reach their full potential in employment, entrepreneurship, and ethical leadership directly reflects Mkapa's diplomatic values and his belief in the power of education to drive societal changes. As we live here today, I urge all of us to remember Benjamin William Mkapa's contributions and actively emulate his approach to leadership. His life reminds us that we are all capable of leaving a legacy. And the question we must ask ourselves is, what are we doing to ensure that our actions today will positively impact future generations? I want to express my deepest gratitude to Cavendish University, Uganda, for organizing this memorial lecture and ensuring that His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa's legacy continue to inspire us all. This is not just a one-off event, but an ongoing effort to honor a personality whose contributions will continue to fill for generations. The best way we can pay tribute to His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa is by striving to live lives of purpose and creating positive transformations in our communities where we live and work. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wish you all a productive and insightful continuation of this important event in future, and hopefully more collaborations such as those witnessed at today's event. And I think we need to start thinking now, our universities, to have joint degree programs. Joint degree programs. You know, now Europe, they've gone for joint degree programs. And Professor Okina, you'll find we had a problem at the University of Dar es Salaam. We could not understand that a student can be given the same degree by the University of Dar es Salaam and the Nordic universities. So we need to start about thinking about joint degrees between our universities. Joint degrees. a joint degree by Cavendish University, the University of Dodoma. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Because we are very eager to have joint degrees with universities in Europe, which is good, by the way. But we are somehow very slow to think about the same, having these joint degrees among our universities. And let me say, at one time, when I went to the Uganda Christian University, yes, I've been to the Uganda Pentecostal University. When I went to Uganda Christian University, one of the things which I was amazed is how they listen to the East African TV. And when they are by themselves, they speak good Swahili because of the East African TV, because now they discuss the songs and everything. But immediately they see a Tanzanian, they are shy. So let me call about Ugandans. Don't be shy to speak Swahili when Tanzanians are there, because I have been a part of listening to your Swahili when you are yourselves, and it is good Swahili, and it is good Swahili, and this is why I actually thank President Museveni for being bold. If you have noted in most of his recent international meetings, he will spice his English speech with Swahili, and not only with Swahili, but always add a vocabulary, a Swahili vocabulary. He says, lugha zetu za bara. But frankly, what he's saying about lugha za bara is adding a vocabulary of Swahili. And some of us don't know that actually in 1965, in 1966, the University of Dar es Salaam had a questionnaire which was disputed to many people to feel that we have this English word. What is the equivalent word in your local language? So the vocabulary of Swahili, which we use today, borrowed a lot from other languages. For example, in chemistry, distillation, to distill, in Kiswahili is kukeneka. Where did we borrow this kukeneka from? Kukeneka. It was borrowed from one of the languages. And when we are finding a Swahili translation, Kiswahili translation for faculty, a university faculty, a name which was picked for faculty was Kitivo, and the Kitivo is a language of the Vaasu, whom we call Wapare, because Wapare is many of our ethnicities in Tanzania. Actually, many of our ethnicities in Tanzania are many ethnicities in one. Because when the Germans became our colonial masters, something which few people perhaps today know, that we were not a British colony, we were a UN trustee territory of the UN, but when we were a German colony, the German gave us names of our ethnicities using our locality, not of how we defined ourselves. And this is why, for example, when you talk about the Pare, these are Gweno, they were Athu, and the Mbugu. And the Wagweno and the Rombo, actually, they are the same people. Like the Mashchami and the Meru, whom they call themselves the Rua. So, Kitivo is a word which was picked from the Samba, and the Kamba, and the Waasu. And the Kitivo is where you have actually a fountain of water in a very dry area. So they thought, a university is where you go for nourishment. And the Kitivo, where Ambassador Sefue comes from, is a very dry place, and immediately water comes in. And we picked it for faculty. Good of us always, sometimes we make progress, and then two steps backward, we dropped Kitivo, and now we call ourselves Schule, which is a German word. So we are now more proud to be called Schule Sharia, which is a German word, and not Kitivo cha Sharia, which is a Pare Samba Kamba word. But Museveni always reminds us of these vocabularies. So to end my somehow lumbering speech, let us continue to draw inspiration from His Excellency Benjamin William Mkapa's life and work as we seek to build a more united, prosperous, and peaceful East Africa. Mwebale nyo, mwebale munonga, Asanteni sana, and thank you so much for listening to me, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kavudi, for those very insightful remarks. Can we give another round of applause for Professor? Professor has said and said it all. No words can be added to what he has told us. We are so grateful, and I think especially those of us from Uganda, when we go back to Uganda, we shall have emulated so many things from the talks, from interacting with you. I'm glad that you've shared the dimensions of His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa with us. We've come to understand that he was a diplomat, both as a local diplomat but also as an international diplomat. We really appreciate that role. He negotiated, he mediated, he was a peacemaker. We really appreciate. We also appreciate his role in private sector development. But more to this, we've learned today that he appreciated some mistakes. You know, it is very, very difficult for people in leadership to appreciate mistakes, to accept them, that I made a mistake here. And yet, we all learn from mistakes. And I'm sure perhaps the new leadership of the United Republic of Tanzania is learning from such mistakes. We heard in the news, Professor said we listen to East African news. Indeed we do. In the news, during the time of the late His Excellency Magufuli, may his soul rest in peace, we really used to emulate him. There's a time when we saw in the news that he had fired a Chinese company for doing shoddy work. I think these are mistakes. If you made a mistake of privatizing, then you should not make a mistake of allowing shoddy work out of privatization. I think that is very, very insightful. We've also learned that he was a leader who brought hope. The Benjamin Mkapa Foundation, we've had testimonies of people who are beneficiaries, and more are to come. We invite you to come to Cavendish University via this initiative. Then finally, we appreciate the virtues that people have associated His Excellency, the late Benjamin Mkapa, with. He had personal values of discipline, care, being a listener. He was a leader of integrity. He was always leading by example. But above all, he was a family man. It is very, very important because after all, values flow in a circular way. They come from the family, into the community, into the institutions. So he left a legacy of starting values, building values in the family, and being able to show these values outside there. You cannot show what you don't have. So it all starts with the family. So thank you so much. I don't have much to add to it, but only to say that perhaps his legacy is the one which has built a more patriotic, united Republic of Tanzania, where aspects of kaka, dada, and ujamaa are very significant. Thank you. I would say harambe. So usually when you listen to people who are very passionate in their talk, it is very difficult to repeat anything, but we've listened to people who are very passionate about this very famous leader. And I would say we are coming to an end, but before we end, I would wish to take this opportunity to invite
our Executive Director of Cavendish University, Uganda, Mr. David Mutavanura, to simply say 1 or 2 words as he closes this forum. You're most welcome, Mr. David Mutavanura. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wabule. You have done a great job in sort of giving a good wrap-up to what we've had today. And so mine will be to say thank you to everybody. Our guest of honor today, Professor Honorable Kabudi, Mama Mkapa, all protocol observed. I feel very privileged to give the closing remarks at today's 3rd Benjamin Mkapa Memorial Lecture, especially remembering that in March 2020, it must have been, I was at an East African Business Council summit in Arusha, and I was so inspired by none other than the words of Professor Kabudi. I remember that time there was also Honorable Ali Kirunda Kivejinja at that summit. And he spoke so passionately, as he has spoken today, about a whole broad area, very broad areas of history, about East Africa, Africa, and so on. And I thought he was a history professor, so I went to search on Google and found he's a lawyer. So I was astonished. I think we have seen for ourselves today what our guest of honor is capable of. He said he read economics for 1 whole year, attending a class he was not meant to be attending. Yeah? So we thank you for inspiring us today. There is a famous person called Ward who made a quote that I could repeat here, that a mediocre teacher tells, a good teacher explains, a superior teacher demonstrates, but a great teacher inspires. Today we have been inspired. We've been inspired by our guest of honor. We've been inspired by the panelists, the keynote speaker, most especially. We've been inspired above all by the legacy of our former Chancellor, Benjamin Mkapa. And we have a challenge now to not just stop here, but to go to work. And we've been challenged, for example, about collaborating with the University of Dodoma. That is a good challenge to take away from here. You remember last year when we were completing the memorial lecture, we challenged ourselves, how about we take this memorial lecture to his home, to his village where he lived, in Dar es Salaam. And here we are. So I have no doubt, that we will make this memorial lecture bigger, more impactful, and we will bring it closer to the wananchi outside of these hotel rooms. Because I think that is where the discourse belongs. Today we've talked so much about trade, about diplomacy, about regional integration, diplomacy. And as I reflected on all of that, I thought that actually Tanzania has got 2 great exports to the region. There are two great sons of Tanzania. You can guess for yourselves. The first is His Excellency Mwalimu Nyerere, and the second, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Interesting enough, they both have studied at Makerere University. So they have a very deep understanding of East Africa. You heard our guest of honor talking about Uganda like, you know, he lives there. It's very fascinating. As Dr. Olive, our Vice Chancellor, when he heard that you were called Sabiti, he first thought you were Bishop Eric Sabiti's, you know, relative. And he wasn't far off. That is how well he understands the region. He understands Uganda. So it's through these interactions that we are able to proceed and develop Africa together. We would like, on behalf of Cavendish University Uganda, to very, very immensely thank Mama Anne Mkapa for welcoming us here home. Together with your family, it has been a real privilege to meet your family and the friends of our late Chancellor. To meet the retired Justice, as I am told, Susan Mkapa, to meet Nicholas Mkapa and others. And we hope that we can build even closer collaboration with the family, with the Ben Mkapa Foundation, for which we are also very happy to have the chairperson today, Ambassador Liberata Mulamula. Very happy to meet many of you who have partnered with us in the past, like Ambassador Ombeni Sefue. We are very happy in Uganda to work very closely with the Tanzanian High Commission. Let me, since I am not a diplomat, maybe I can say this. So, I joined the Rotary Club of Kampala, which is Uganda's oldest Rotary Club, and whilst I was there, I found Ambassador Mlima in that Rotary Club. So we connected at that level. We connected at the level of the Chancellor, but we also connected at the level of the Rotary Club. And so there are all these formalities. His Excellency, Ambassador, but in the process I was given a challenge. Ambassador Mlima was put in my birthday group. We call it a birthday group, which is like a small family where there is a father, a mother, and children. So I was made the father of that birthday group, and in that birthday group, Ambassador Mlima was my son. So now you see how the dynamic becomes quite exciting. I am going to take your greetings, Ambassador, back to our birthday group. We have not closed it. We formed new families, but we said we want to maintain our little family. It's very nice. So we thank the High Commission of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda for collaborating very closely with Cavendish University Uganda. His Excellency Major General Paul Kisesa Simuli, who is the current High Commissioner of the United Republic of Tanzania to Uganda, had in fact planned to be with us today, but the program changed. But he sent us two great people, one of whom has served as a panelist, Immaculate, and also the other has been our co-MC, Israel Mayu. Please pass our huge gratitude to His Excellency the Ambassador, the High Commissioner. Would like to thank in a special way Ambassador Mlima for being an engine to this initiative. He had so much energy and he promised so much and he has delivered everything. We thank you very much, Ambassador. I will not go into what has already been presented. It has been well wrapped by our Dean of the Faculty of Socioeconomic Sciences. But allow me to thank our alumni and students from Tanzania. Cavendish University, Uganda, when we checked the last statistics from the National Council for Higher Education, the regulator in Uganda, we were astonished to find that we have the biggest international student population. We also have the broadest diversity, 47 nationalities. And so we thank, everybody, particularly here in Tanzania, for your people patronizing our university. And we hope that we can educate them, but inspire them as well to reach their full potential in employment, in entrepreneurship, and in ethical leadership, such as was espoused by His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Allow me also to thank, in a special way, our leaders from the other higher educational institutions, as you have been told, and I will ask him to stand up with his dear wife, Kellen. Professor Mugisha, our former Vice Chancellor. Please, if you can stand with your wife. As you have heard, he was a brain behind this initiative. Remember, we were not able to come, to bid farewell to our late Chancellor. And so, because of the restrictions at the time, so we thought, what can we do to keep this close to this great man? And this was one of the initiatives we thought about. I am very sure that there will be many others that can even become more concrete in recognizing his great work. He's currently the Vice Chancellor of a faith-based institution in Uganda called Bishop Stewart University. We look forward to collaborating with you and University of Dodoma to propel these initiatives. We have another distinguished higher education leader, the Vice Chancellor of Strathmore University, Dr. Vincent Ogutu. Thank you for joining us. If we were talking about a game of football, Dr. Ogutu will be the Ronaldo. But thank you for coming to play in our league. Yeah, there are others who couldn't join us. The Vice Chancellor of Kepler College in Rwanda, Professor Bailey, he took ill. We are part of a Pan-African group of institutions called the Education Collaborative, where we would like to focus on student outcomes in areas such as employability, entrepreneurship, ethical leadership, and faculty development and research. We collaborate in a way which is very, very close. We don't feel competition. I can go to Dr. Ogutu and ask anything about Strathmore and he will tell me, because ultimately we have a responsibility for, nurturing Africa's next citizens. We have enough troubles from elsewhere. I think the least we can do is to just collaborate. And so we thank you very much for joining us. We thank the students who joined us from the other institutions here in Tanzania, University of Dar es Salaam, St. Augustine University, University of Dodoma. There are the others that were mentioned. We thank you very much, dear students, dear faculty, for joining us. We have an ongoing collaboration with St. Augustine University in Mwanza, where they are teaching our students and staff Kiswahili. That is the starting point of very, very deep collaboration. You know, in Uganda, there is a shortage of Kiswahili, as the guest of honor was saying. So we need to manage that gap. Of course, we thank our sponsors, African Education Holdings. We have a sister university in Zambia, a sister university in Senegal, a sister university in Mali. So, you know, we are taking this conversation elsewhere and very appreciative. We have worked with local service providers, the hotel, transport, our media partners. There has been, above all, the organizing committee chaired by the Dean, Dean Wabule. Thank you very much. And your team, Sandra, Fred, etc. Yeah, so we look forward to seeing you round about the same time next year for this kind of event celebrating even bigger achievements. Asanteni sana. I'll invite the MCs to come and see us through the next formalities. Do you want me to announce them? Or? You can say you would introduce them. Me? Okay. You need the names? Yes. They're here. So they're just at the back. They will just stand and maybe come and join us. Okay. So as they say, you should always profit from every occasion. When we said we were coming to Tanzania, we recognized that we have a big student population. I think 6% of our student population is from Tanzania. And what a way to celebrate our students and our alumni than to introduce the interim committee for the Cavendish University Uganda Alumni Association. They are doing a great job here in Tanzania, and I will invite them to come forward for recognition, but also to assure you of our support. We are going to give you support so that we can do many things that are concrete here in Tanzania on behalf of the university. So I'll invite Mr. Nabil Juma. Nabil Juma, if you will come, you can come forward. Nabil Juma has been very instrumental in coordinating today's activities. Thank you very much. And I remember him when he was a student. We have Jafeth Dawood. Jafeth Dawood, if you'll come forward. We have Noela Adam Chiara. We have Ahmed Nasur Kamis. And we have Yusra Ibrahim. Nabil Juma is the station manager of GSA Travel Agency, which is a travel agency on behalf of Air Tanzania. Thank you for the great job. We gave you business when we were coming. Yes. And then Japheth Dawood is a technical lead on a project of HIV prevention and community services. Ahmed Nasur is a health officer at the Ministry of Health in Zanzibar. Yeah, and we're very happy with all of you, and we look forward to intensifying the work that we have launched here in Tanzania going forward. You can take your seats. With that, I'll hand over back to the MC to handle the other formalities.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mtabanura. Thank you, our Interim Alumni Committee, the Tanzanian chapter, and thank you for all the speakers that have shared with us today. As we wind up, we're going to have a photo and gifts moment, but one of our distinguished guests has to leave, so we will just have the gifts very quickly, the plaques, and then we will move into the photo moment. I will guide you on how we are going to do that. So I'd like to invite our VC and host, Dr. Olive Saviti and Mr. David Mutabanura, to help us hand over these plaques to our guests. Thank you.
So the first gift is to our guest of honor, Honorable Professor Kabudi. With pleasure from Cavendish University, Uganda. Thank you for inspiring us. The second is to our keynote speaker, Ambassador Hassan Simba Yahya. Thank you very much. We also want that speech. It was very, very deep and reminded us about certain things we now take for granted. Our panelists, Your Excellency, Ambassador. Yes, no, Ambassador Liberata, correct. The Ambassador Liberata. Professor Razak. And our alumna, Immaculate. Thank you for representing us well. The next gift is a special one for Mama Ann Mkapa, so the family can come to pick that.
So there it is, our special gift. To the family of our former Chancellor, His Excellency Benjamin Mkapa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'll request the family to stay because we are getting into the photo moment. We're going to take the photos in categories. We kindly request you to use the upper podium so that the camera crew can be able to capture those. Yeah. On the stage, yes. Thank you. So the camera crew, let's get ready. We'll start with a photo of the Mama Mkapa family together with the VC and the ED. Thank you very much. The next category for the photo moment is our guest of honor, the keynote speaker, the panelists, Dr. Wabule, as well as the VC, ED, and the DVC. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is
Prof. Mugisha, you will join us shortly together with Prof. Bailey and your wife.
The next category, VCs present, members of the Benjamin Mkapa Foundation, and ambassadors present. Please join us for the photo moment. Thank you very much. Ambassador Mulima, we're going to request you to kindly stay behind for a special photo moment with the Executive Director. Thank you. CUU staff. CUU staff, we are the next, so please come forward. members of the CU staff team. To the rest of our participants, thank you so much for joining us. There is a gift for everyone, so as you move out, please pass by the registration desk to pick your gift and your lunch coupon. Lunch will be served at the restaurant on level 1 of the hotel. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.